The future of dating, what is this? 6 foot tall, 6-pack abs, 6 figures, and then it's a guy with a robot girlfriend. I do think this is going to happen, by the way, and I think it will be better for everyone. Because if you have all of those like weird toxic guys that can just beat the shit out of their AI girlfriend and she'll be like, I love you, honey, what do you want for dinner? Then, I mean, I feel like this is kind of like, this is kind of the good ending, right? I mean, I know it sounds sick to say that, but it's a machine, so who cares? So human reproduction goes to 0? Well, why the would you want people like that to reproduce in the first place? They're fucking annoying. They're obnoxious. They're awful. Born too late for decent girls. Born too early for decent bots. Guys, it's going to be okay, all right? I know how you feel. I get it. I understand it. But things are going to be all right. True, though? No, trust me. You're going to have AI cat girls in like 5 years, okay? You might not think so right now, but if you look at the way that the those robots are like are doing, like it's absolutely insane. You guys need to be more positive. The future of dating, what is this?
Ladies and gentlemen, today's review is on one of the most famous League of Legends players, Kadim. 10 years he has been stuck in the lowest rank of League of Legends. Multiple attempts at trying to coach him from professional players has failed. So we're here today. I reached out to Kadim. I said, hey man, can I do a video on you? Because I want to try and get him a couple of tips, a couple of tricks. Maybe see if we can break this 10-year pattern and get my boy out. I don't want any negative comments today on Kadim. He is somebody that, in my opinion, gets too much hate. He gets a lot of fail clips and a lot of montages, and I relate a lot to him myself. Kadim may have lost his way in League of Legends, and maybe he wants a little bit of guidance. So if you guys have any tips as well, put it down in the comments down below. I'll link him this video, and hopefully you can watch it and maybe take a couple of tips and tricks from some of us possibly high elo players. I notice he plays with very high music in game. He streams at a 720 bit rate, and his FPS in game doesn't seem to be the highest, but alas, a lot of you guys play with this and are much higher rank, so I'm gonna say, okay. Not sure what's going on with Kadim in this early game. Flash in by center. Now this is iron rank. If you guys, okay.
COVID ruined this for me. Back in the day, it used to be so fucking good.
This is a montage of the changing stories on Jeffrey Epstein. Enjoy.
Bill Clinton.
Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island.
with Jeffrey Epstein.
That island was really a cesspool. There's no question about it. Just ask Prince Andrew.
You say that the FBI has Epstein's list. They're sitting on it. That doesn't seem like something you should do. You're protecting the world's foremost predator. That seems like
you have the names. Like, he literally just gave 2 names. In my opinion, that's so bad. I mean, did you make this shit up? Or are you protecting them?
evil thing to do, regardless of who may be embarrassed in the release of that list.
Yeah.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Who killed Jeffrey Epstein?
This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
You know, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure of that? The person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure of that. His plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source.
Now, that is what I said, to be fair. That's the only way I can make everything make sense based off of what's publicly available. That's the only way any of this actually comes together and forms any sort of a story.
These assets, that's why this blackmail story makes so much sense.
There are a lot of people
I've
who
never
are
lied
knee
in
deep
my
in the
life.
Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they
really
shouldn't have been doing.
huh?
And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
There's a lot of these,
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Wow.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you know, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think
for
I
sure,
would, or at
guys.
least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. It would be interesting to find out what happened there because that was a weird situation and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera.
I want to talk to you about the Epstein case. I have worked on this for years, trying to get those records of who flew on Epstein's plane and who helped him build this international human trafficking ring.
Absolutely, Senator. Child trafficking has no place in the United States of America, and I will do everything, if confirmed as FBI director, to make sure the American public knows the full weight of what happened in the past.
Release the list.
It's like that meme of like the dog with big muscles and then like the other meme of the dog that's crying and it's really small. That's like that dude before and after getting appointed. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Yeah.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients.
Is, guys.
Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
It's embarrassing we need to self-censor word to make Karens upset. It's just a bunch of again, like you don't ever let, like I don't, the only words I don't say on stream are the ones that I will get banned for. I don't say those, not yet.
A lot of people are wondering, because you said last week that you have the Epstein files on your desk. When can we see them, and what's taking so long to release them?
I do. Jesse, there are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have over 250 actually. So we have to make sure that their identity is protected. Other than that, I think tomorrow, Jesse, breaking news right now, you're going to see some Epstein information being released.
What was this, like 3 months ago or something?
There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the...
So, if there's so many videos, you're telling me nobody else was in any of these videos? It was all him the entire time?
The flights?
I don't know,
Are we going to
guys.
see any evidence from what he recorded because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah, what you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information. But it's pretty sick what that man did.
Okay.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Along with his co-defendant.
Absolutely. And he had help. That's for
He
sure.
sure did.
But
By
in
who?
this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have
the
flight
attorney?
logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals.
This is actually crazy how big of a cover-up this is. I'm going to be honest. Like, it is shocking that it's this big of a cover-up. That's insane.
That were hidden.
What is this chain? What the fuck are you wearing? Really? This puts Rick Ross to shame. Oh my God. I didn't even know Elon was popping off about it too. And by the way, the reason why I'm talking about this a lot is because I think this is actually the most important thing. Because if they can cover this up, they can cover up anything.
Quote, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question, prompted by MAGA fans, among others, after the Justice Department asserted in a memo that convicted sex offender and multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein did not blackmail high-profile clients, was not murdered before he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and in fact had no client list, despite the fact that the very same administration officials...
I also like the hinging on the idea of a client list. There are other ways that you could discern a amount of clients that he had. So the fixation on the list is, in my opinion, a red herring. Maybe he didn't have a list, but he had some other form of documentation, or there is some other form of detection that you can have besides a list.
Are now asserting there is no there there. Many of them were the ones ginning up the controversy before President Trump was reelected and while they were in office. The Justice Department memo, first obtained by Axios, also comes 1 month after the billionaire Tesla founder took to his platform X as his alliance with President Trump dissolved. Quote, time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public.
Bro, this was one of Elon's top 5 best crash outs. The fact that he went and just said this, oh my God. It's a peak one. I think this might be the best one. No. The best one so far.
Public, unquote. Musk deleted that post 2 days later, but the new memo has Musk posting this meme, among others. It's a guy putting on progressively more clown makeup with the text, we will release the Epstein list. We just need more time.
Dude, you're explaining the clown meme to your CNN boomer audience. Oh my fucking God, this is amazing. Wow, bro, we are the mainstream now.
The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list with full clown regalia.
Full clown regalia.
Art refers to a February clip.
God.
The list is on my desk. A February clip from Fox.
You know, like when you hear that word, like that's like it's in like a fucking it's in like Skyrim or something. Regalia.
Played of Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But here was Attorney General Bondi earlier today.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Trump was asked about the memo today.
Well, that's what you meant. That's just not what you said.
By a New York Post reporter, and he expressed indignation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Mr. President, the reason people are talking about this guy is because people serving in the highest levels of your administration.
Because he was your guy. He was your guy for 15 years. That's interesting. Huh.
Have been talking about this guy for years and talking about how the Epstein list needs to be released. Here's then Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in October 2024.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse than alcoholism, is the way that I put it.
What do you mean by that?
But we
release the list.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's Kash Patel.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Oh, on a podcast just over a year before he became FBI director.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service.
It's like, can these guys just come out and say, like, yeah, I was just bullshitting. I didn't really know what I was talking about, but I thought that there was going to be a big list, and whenever we looked into it, it turns out that there wasn't. Like, at least if you said, like, I was just bullshitting, I would be like, okay. You're probably lying, but at least you're being honest about lying in a way, right? Like so they all lied. Yeah, basically. So there are two universes that we live in. They're either pedophiles protecting pedophiles, or they're liars who are lying about lying. Okay. Great choices. Or both.
Service agent turned right-wing podcaster is now the FBI deputy director. Here he is on his show in February. He was named deputy director just a few weeks later.
We probably just saw this.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go ever.
You see, like, I've learned this myself, and like Dan should know this. You should know that people are going to bring this up if something happens in the future. You should preemptively know this. You shouldn't have said this. You shouldn't have said you.
Bill Clinton's spokesperson released a statement
You didn't
in 2019
have to say
saying that the
this.
former president, quote, knows nothing about the terrible crimes. We should note the presence
So Bill Clinton said that he didn't know anything about it. Well, that's a relief.
One's name in the files does not mean they were involved in any way in sex trafficking or having sex with any of Epstein's victims. Here's Alina Habba, now interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey. This is her in February.
I haven't seen this.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
I'm shocked that none of that's been released.
Me
In
too.
February this year, Attorney General Bondi teased the imminent arrival of the Epstein files, and President Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., posted about the news, quote, LFG, an acronym for Let's Effing Go. A week later,
It's for looking for group, but okay, sure.
Trump administration invited a slew of conservative MAGA influencers to the White House, purporting to give them a first look at a batch of documents labeled the Epstein files, phase 1, but none of it was a smoking gun. The vast majority of the information had already been made publicly available. CNN's Evan Perez reported in March that Attorney General Bondi directed FBI agents, in some cases, to drop their work on China and Iran and focus on redacting the files before their release. Remember, Trump made part of this his platform. Here he is during the 2024 campaign.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
We got to get somebody in there who just doesn't give a fuck. Like, I thought especially after they tried to shoot Trump, like, he would just come in there and just, like, not give a fuck. Just start burning bridges, put Hillary Clinton in jail. Just fucking, like, we got to get somebody in there that just does not give a fuck. And it's never going to happen. I am worried that it will never happen. We have to have somebody who is a professional at burning bridges. Maybe Destiny. If I can think of, there is nobody who's burned more bridges and seemingly also, according to leaks, sucked more dicks than Destiny. Both, actually, in this case. I feel like maybe he's the guy. Maybe it's Elon. It's got to be somebody.
So what's really going on here? I mean, what's really going on? Well,
Suck 100 dicks.
Experts, such as our friend Julie Brown from the Miami Herald, who's been covering Epstein for years, say that the notion of Epstein having an easy-to-access client list is likely a red herring. And that's what the Trump administration is relying on, that there likely isn't a list per se. But they are also now relying on the fact that...
Okay, so in September 14th, 1994, Bill Clinton had sex with an underage girl. Signed, Jeffrey Epstein. On September 30th, like, do you really think that's the, like, do you really think that's what it was? Like, it's just, what a bunch of fucking bullshit. Dear diary. Actually, you know what? We're not going to do that one.
Because it's MAGA influencers who often put forward so many falsehoods, legacy news media won't push the point.
That's right. That's right. See, everybody knows that CNN never misrepresents things. Right? Like, whenever you photoshopped Joe Rogan to look like an orc, like a green orc because he took ivermectin. Remember that? Remember that? It was kind of dumb. You guys really fucked up on that one, huh?
While there might not be a list, there are certainly files that can be released.
Exactly.
There's a trove
Fucking
of information
exactly.
that the Trump administration is right now refusing to share.
He's right.
Information that could well point to the powerful folks who availed themselves of the...
And in my opinion, release it. And if it implicates all of these people and it totally fucks up their lives, hey, wow, shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it. Too bad. Well, no, good. No. Keep in mind, it will hurt innocent people as collateral damage. It will. Do it anyway. Burn the motherfucker down. When you have an infection, you cut off the entire limb. You can't save each cell individually.
Trafficking victims of Jeffrey
And this
Epstein.
is a fucking
if you go,
infection.
For example, to the FBI vault online, you can see that there are 22 files containing thousands of pages. Most of them are heavily redacted. Now, sure, of course, redact the names and identifying characteristics of the victims.
This looks like a piece of, like, it looks like a worksheet that I'd get in art class with all the empty boxes.
But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still so much we don't know from the investigations by U.S.
No, wait a minute. Let me listen to that again. I wasn't really paying attention.
Identifying characteristics of the victims. But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still...
I don't know. You don't need to do that. That's another stupid thing. It has nothing to do with the problem. You don't need to put out any of the information regarding the victims. That was never the issue. That was never the question. That was never the request. Nobody ever wanted that.
So much we don't know from the investigations by U.S. attorneys in Miami and in New York. witness interviews in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Mexico. Brown writes that there's still more.
He said their statements. I know that, but their statements were made privately, and by publishing their statements, that could, so you could reverse engineer them explaining what happened to them to create a frame of reference of when it happened, and it could reverse identify them. That's the reason why.
Evidence that hasn't been published.
Just ask them.
Quote,
yeah.
Epstein kept video cameras in most of his residences, and Epstein's autopsy, nor the report of the investigation into his death, has been made public. So while there may not be an official client list to be released, as the administration is now saying, there's a lot of extra information that is not being made public.
Yes.
Despite Trump's Justice Department basically now saying case closed. This isn't going to go away.
I think we need to keep putting pressure for this. This is why I'm going to talk about this until I'm either bored or until something happens. Probably until I'm bored, but hopefully until something happens.
Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused. I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life.
He's right. This is, in my opinion, this is more sus than 9/11 by a mile. It's more sus than 9/11. It's more sus than Iraq. This is crazy.
And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff.
That's a fact.
Very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
All right, Jamal, what do you think hearing that from Tucker?
Well, first of all, Tucker is being dangerous by alluding to something like a revolution when we're talking about.
CNN never does that. They never, ever, ever do that.
The MAGA people, because we know that MAGA forces have been willing to use violence in pursuit of their political aims.
Then why didn't so if MAGA people use violence in pursuit of their political aims, why is it that all of the Teslas got burned down when Elon Musk was on the same page with Trump, but when Elon Musk literally made a public statement implying that Trump was a rapist pedophile, not a single Tesla got burned by any of the MAGA people? Isn't that interesting? That's crazy. What are the odds of that?
We saw it on January 6th. You know, Gretchen said something a second ago.
The original sin. The only sin, by the way. The only point that they can really look at, as this was the last, the one stupid thing that happened 4 years ago. This is like, okay, everything is all based off of that.
About is Trump covering for Pam Bondi. But the question also may be, is Pam Bondi covering for Trump?
That's a good one.
We just really don't know.
Nobody
Donald Trump has been very forceful. He's a great television performer. When the question of Epstein comes up, every time he dissembles, he attacks the reporter. Remember before?
It's true that he's right about this. Like what he was saying earlier was bullshit, but he's right about this. Trump, he doesn't do a very good job answering this question.
Release the UFO files. He'll release the JFK files. Will you release the Epstein files? Well, I don't know if we should, do that. Innocent people may get wrapped up in that. I just think something's going on here. We got to keep asking the questions until we find out what's really happening, and they should just release the files.
They should.
I mean, right. That seems to be the point, Gretchen. At this point, and this is something that has been spun up. Right, by some of the very people who are now saying, I mean, when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino came out.
This is a great episode of America. You should wait for the season finale.
Recently and tried to downplay the Epstein files. They were eviscerated by the MAGA base, right? And now this is putting the whole thing on steroids. Far-right activist Laura Luma, Gretchen, we know Trump listens to her. She has been hammering Pam Bondi on social media. She posted, "How come we can't talk about what a dumb, lying bimbo Pam Bondi is? J.D. Vance, please encourage President Trump to fire Pam Bondi. She's a disgrace." So
she's not the one that made this decision. Like, I agree that she's ineffective, but she didn't make this call.
What do you hear when you hear this? I mean, look, Laura Loomer, we know, has had very specific...
Why does Bembo come into it? This is just what girls do. It's just what they do.
Tangible influence on Trump on big decisions.
Yes, in national security, specifically in the last few months. I do think she has Trump's ear. So, you know, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Trump seemed to be protecting Bondi today. But I think one other really important point is in this second administration, we have seen a lot of MAGA supporters of Trump come out and be totally against him on really big issues. And what I think is fascinating is that he can go after people who are in groups, like lawyers, like members of Congress. I'll primary you if you don't agree with me. But with these single influencers, he's not doing that. And I think that...
because he can't. Like, it's a lot easier. Like, if somebody like me was running for office bringing this shit up, he would be talking shit about me. But he can't do that. It's just some Twitter page. You can't do anything about it.
Raises a huge question about whether or not he has the power to actually silence them.
Right, and Jamal, I guess the
well,
whole
he shouldn't have the power. Like, he doesn't have the power to silence the politicians either. He's just funding his opposition. Like, that's like, he doesn't have the power. Like, is this some kind of like a play? Wow, Trump is such a pussy. He's not taking away people's freedom of speech. What the fuck are we talking about?
The question is there really no there? Or is the question, who is covering up for whom?
That is the question. Listen, what is sobering is that Donald Trump, if this were normal times, Donald Trump, he's turned around on Ukraine, and there are people in MAGA who are upset about that. He was in this relationship with Elon Musk, who's now turned on him, who wants to start a party, and so that could maybe peel off people.
We gotta think about that Elon party, man. Like, that's I don't know. I mean, somebody said the treasurer from the party was from India. Like, I don't know. That's a bit weird, right? But like, in a general sense, like I do think that Elon is right that the party needs to be changed. I think that he's wrong that you need to make a new party. I think that the Republican Party pre and post Trump are two different parties. I think that you need to rebuild the existing party rather than try to make a third party, because historically, every time that's happened, it's been bad. That's my opinion.
Now we've got the Epstein files, or all these things that would normally take down a regular
I agree
politician.
on principle, not
Donald
practice.
Trump seems to be able to survive these things. I mean, he's such a political force, it doesn't really matter. But what does happen is the people around him are the ones who catch the brick. And so the question for Pam Bondi is this going to limit her ability to either be an effective attorney general or to even keep her job as her...
No, she was already being ineffective to begin with.
As attorney general.
Yeah, no, she was already being useless before this. This isn't going to affect her ability to be useless. I think that she's going to continue being useless even without this. Yeah, that's not true at all. The establishment wants you to believe in reform. Nothing ever changes. I think that it's pretty obvious that like a lot of the Republican talking points changed after Trump. Whether you like that or not, or agree with that or not, I think it is true. It's definitely true. So a three-party system is botched. Yeah, three parties are the worst. You need 4 or 5 parties at least. Yeah, I mean, I personally think that Republicans used to care about states' rights, freedom of speech, and a tax deficit. Republicans used to care about a lot of things. Now they don't care about as many things. It doesn't matter. Like, things always change, right? It's always, it's shifting, right? Why does everyone hate her besides the list thing? Because you got these fucking crusty-ass fat kids with blue hair and nose rings talking about killing the president, and nothing happens. That's why. I'll be right back.
Something.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, today's review is on one of the most famous League of Legends players, Kadim. 10 years he has been stuck in the lowest rank of League of Legends. Multiple attempts at trying to coach him from professional players has failed. So we're here today. I reached out to Kadim. I said, hey man, can I do a video on you? Because I want to try and get him a couple of tips, a couple of tricks. Maybe see if we can break this 10-year pattern and get my boy out. I don't want any negative comments today on Kadim. He is somebody that, in my opinion, gets too much hate. He gets a lot of fail clips and a lot of montages, and I relate a lot to him myself. Kadim may have lost his way in League of Legends, and maybe he wants a little bit of guidance. So if you guys have any tips as well, put it down in the comments down below. I'll link him this video, and hopefully you can watch it and maybe take a couple of tips and tricks from some of us possibly high elo players. I notice he plays with very high music in game. He streams at a 720 bit rate, and his FPS in game doesn't seem to be the highest, but alas, a lot of you guys play with this and are much higher rank, so I'm gonna say, okay, not sure what's going on with Kadim in this early game. Flash in by Senna. Now this is iron rank. If you guys, okay. Okay. So a lot of the things in the early game, we could blame the support. I'm not gonna lie, this Blitzcrank hasn't been doing much. Okay, probably don't want to be bringing... Okay, maybe just get boots so he can run fast. Alright. Maybe a health pot. Okay. So, I mean, first things first, we're playing Ashe. In the early game, Kadim runs Ashe almost only. You want to be spamming the W on the waves, trying to get prio. Against Tristana and Senna, you're probably going to lose unless Blitzcrank runs a hook. But just the focus in lane on these trading patterns hasn't really added up.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Flat, I mean, jump in from the Tristana. We just want to kite. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, the lane's pushing into us. We just want to farm this up. Don't do anything crazy. I just feel like this spacing, it's quite simple. You just want to auto, move back a little bit, and then when your auto is ready to go again, because of course, attack speed. Yep, Vi coming in. This is actually really good. Throw your W. You want to throw your W. Just throw that W. You want to throw the... Just throw the W. Yep, perfect. Auto. Pull back, push the wave, get a reset, get a buy. I don't mind it. Okay? Gets behind the minion wave, the minion line. Now run. Okay, cannon. Okay. Now, I don't like how his screen seems to be locked, potentially. I think maybe lacking a little bit of awareness in what's happening a lot of the times. I don't imagine... Like, how are you seeing... Yep, just don't need to be spamming that. Okay. Now go back into a different book. No! No! Okay. Do not auto that. Okay. So what we need to be aware of, right? Kadim. Okay. When you get a kill, or when you get something and you have something called tempo, you have a chance there to base, spend your goal, and come back into the lane with the... And if you stay in a lane too long and the enemy comes in a lane and you're 20% health, they're full health, what's going to happen? You haven't utilized your gold or your base or your timing. So you have to get that timing in and base, Kadim. Focus and lock in. Now, I don't know what we're building. Most Ashes, what I can tell, go normally Kraken or Yuntal into a Hurricane, and then IE, Bloodthirster. Nice.
Jacksepticeye made a video about this. If you care about video games as much as I do, then please support Stop Killing Games initiative. This is Ross talking about it just an hour ago. Huge fucking W right there. And then also another massive thing. Let me go back and see if I can find it right here. I'm going to show you guys how many people have already signed the petition. I think we're going to hit it. I do. Like, we have had so many people. Bro, this is like, I'm telling you guys, this is like the Avengers. Like, you've got PewDiePie coming in here, Jacksepticeye coming in here, all of these other people that are like really big creators, like Charlie coming in here, Mudahar making another video about it. Everybody is coming in and pushing this again. And you've got 733,000 signatures. This is a crazy amount of support. I'm so happy to see this. And yes, ironically, and it's all, I don't think that's really because of Thor, right? I mean, I think that Pirate Software is like a good rallying point because people don't like Pirate Software. So they're like, oh, well, you know, like, let's do this because of him. But like, I don't really think that has any.
This YouTuber had his home invaded with thieves making off with around $1 million worth of valuables. This YouTuber had his home invaded with thieves making off with around $1 million worth of valuables while him, his wife, and son were held hostage. However, the internet isn't entirely convinced that it actually happened, with some viewers pointing out that the thieves and him had some very questionable choices right after the theft happened, which apparently don't quite add up. And now people are wondering, was this an actual heist or a carefully staged stunt for views? Now let's be real. I mean, considering how many times that we've already seen creators chasing clicks with wilder and wilder content every day, it wouldn't really be a surprise that people would be, you know, pretty quick to question that. But at the same time, once the police get involved, faking something like this at this scale always becomes a whole different game. Because, you know, filing a false police report could easily land you in jail in pretty much any country in the world. But obviously, it's not like that would be a shocker here on this channel compared to what we've covered in the past. Either way, though, meet Alfredo Valenzuela, a 32-year-old YouTuber from Sonora, Mexico, whose content essentially revolves around high-end sports cars and extreme car modifications. His YouTube channel description pretty much sums it up. I upload daily videos about my life, along with tons of car content. And it's safe to say this dude has been committed to the lifestyle, since he has not only been making videos about cars, but also owns a vehicle customization workshop, sells online make money courses, you know, those types of people, operates a cell phone store, and runs a restaurant on top of all that. So Alfredo is clearly very diverse. Cell phone store and runs a restaurant on top of all that. So Alfredo is clearly very diversified. Then on top of that, he's also extremely open about his love for gambling. Because if you check his Twitter account, he's constantly posting his sports betting combinations, hoping to hit it big. But Alfredo currently lives in San Pedro Garza Garcia in the state of Nuevo León, which is significant to the story because the city is considered not only one of the safest areas in Mexico, but also in all of Latin America. So what happened? Well, on Monday, June 23rd, in the early hours of the morning, Alfredo's world would get turned upside down. According to reports, 5 heavily armed men stormed into his house. At that moment, Alfredo's wife was actually live streaming on TikTok, and the invasion was partially and unintentionally captured during her broadcast. Yeah, saying that's horrifying is an understatement. The suspects reportedly held Alfredo, his wife, and their baby at gunpoint. They demanded access to a safe that contained luxury watches, jewelry, and a substantial amount of cash. The estimates suggest there was about 1 million pesos in cash alone, just sitting in that safe, which is about $53,000. But that wasn't all they took. The criminals also made it off with Alfredo's Lamborghini Urus, valued at around like $250,000 US. And then when you add everything up, the cash, the jewelry, the watches, the Lamborghini, authorities estimate that the total value of stolen goods was about 25 million pesos, or roughly $1.3 million. So hours after this alleged robbery, Alfredo started posting videos on his social media accounts. In one of them, he shows bruises on him and his wife's bodies, clearly being emotional as he recounts what happened. urging authorities to strengthen security in his area. And the most harrowing moment comes when Alfredo speaks about his son and recalls how one of the attackers pointed a firearm directly at the child's head. Now, depending on if you actually believe this story or not, either you feel extremely terrible for the guy or you think, how would someone ever make up something like this for content? It's like the good castle and evil castle meme route. But either way, after the incident, the authorities did not treat it like a joke. San Pedro police immediately set up security checkpoints along major roads in the area, a standard protocol for such situations. The state attorney general's office launched a formal investigation. Here's what some of the details began to emerge about how the robbery actually went down. According to the prosecutor, the perpetrators accessed the home through a mountainous area, basically bypassing the standard security measures, which indicates they were not only familiar with the area, but they'd actually planned this whole thing out. And a few days later, Alfredo himself decided to explore that same mountainous area and documented everything, sharing on video on his channel of the path that the intruders likely used to approach his house. But not too long after, the stolen Lamborghini was actually found abandoned in an underground parking lot at a Walmart in the local area. So according to surveillance footage, the criminals were being followed by another vehicle as they drove the stolen SUV, pointing out to some sort of coordinated operation that may have involved even more people than initially suspected. Later on that week, the state attorney general's office reported that Colombian criminal groups may have been operating in the city of San Pedro. During an interview, Nuevo Leon's attorney general, Javier Flores Saldivar. Oh man, there's probably so many names I'm botching here in this video. During an interview, Nuevo Leon's attorney general, Javier Flores Saldivar, stated the investigation suggests one of these gangs may have been involved in this robbery. He explained they reportedly entered through the back, which is a mountainous area. There's been several cases here involving Colombian gangs. They operate here in Jalisco, which is another Mexican state. But here's where things start to get a little bit complicated, because despite all the official police involvement and the investigation, a significant portion of Alfredo's audience started doubting this whole story, and they're worried it's all fake. So I guess the biggest red flag for the skeptics here is the timing of the events. First, the robbery allegedly happened, and then on the same day, a highly polished video recounting the entire incident was uploaded to his channel. A sequence of events that for some people felt a little bit too convenient to be true. Another thing that raised eyebrows for skeptics was the spike in views, as engagement on this particular video exploded compared to his previous uploads. Because, I mean, to be real, we've already seen creators pull off stunts way more extreme than this for views. As outrageous as the idea of faking a robbery sounds, it's not unprecedented in the world where, some influencers have gone to even darker lengths for some basic clout. Either way, the 2 days after the incident, Alfredo felt the need to address the growing skepticism. Because in a Facebook post, he said, "I don't understand how there are people saying it's fake when they held a gun to my child's head. I don't know what's going on in their minds, but I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy." Think about how, if this were fake, I'd be getting myself into massive legal trouble. I'm gonna be real here and say I don't have an opinion on this because there's just not enough information to back the skeptics currently. And honestly, he has a bit of a point here. If you fake a robbery and get the police involved and it gets proven to be all fake, I think it's safe to say that you're looking at some pretty serious legal consequences. Because this isn't some like Liver King situation. Because, for example, I recently covered that on this channel where he faked being arrested just for a video. In that case, though, he was using fake cops. Like, there was no real police report revolving that fake arrest. But here, if Alfredo's story turned out to be fabricated, the consequences would be way worse. Because, I mean, here we're talking about false police reports, potential insurance fraud if you tried to claim anything, wasting police resources during active investigation. That's not just like some poorly thought out prank. That's the kind of thing that could really land you in court. And then plus, obviously, if you involve specialized tactical units and have the state attorney's general office conducting a formal investigation, you're no longer dealing with like the local police anymore. This is wasting some serious resources if it's all fake. As of right now, the police are continuing to investigate the case, but so far there's been no trace of the stolen property or the suspects except for the Lambo. But this kind of outcome is kind of common in cases like this, even when the reports are entirely legitimate. Recovery rates for stolen luxury items and cash tend to be basically very low. For example, in 2019 in the United States, less than 30% of stolen items were recovered nationwide, especially when it comes to jewelry, watches, electronics, cash, and so on, because those things just vanish. And of course, if they turn up years later, it gets a little bit tricky to figure out, oh, was this actually their thing? Whether this robbery was real or fake, it really highlights a much darker reality about the content creation space, especially when it comes to luxury lifestyle content. For example, just a few months ago, I covered Jack Doherty, where he essentially had this $300,000 chain snatched on the streets of LA. Because when your entire brand is built off of showing off expensive things, cars, watches, diamond chains, you're indirectly advertising to potential criminals. Every video showcasing a new purchase could become a catalog for people with malicious intentions. And in the age of social media, it's just easier than ever for the criminals to just study their targets. Now, it's safe to assume that Alfredo will likely have to completely overhaul his approach to personal security, whether it's at home or outside. The investigation is currently ongoing, so we may eventually receive more definitive answers to what actually happened that night. But for Alfredo and his family, I hope they just take all the time they need to recover physically and mentally from this whole ordeal. Having their home invaded in that way is the kind of nightmare no one deserves to ever go through. But either way, if there's a substantial update on this, I will probably cover it again. Drop a like on this video, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Is the Hecarim skin actually out now? It is! What? Is it? Maybe I need to relog. Alright, give me a second. Nice! Okay, we got it. Alright, guys, I've never really have any, super special effects or anything, you know? Like, when you look at Arcade, for example, it's like Arcade makes it so that you get the light-up effects, or,
anything really to do with him. This is just a really great initiative that I think most people that play video games support and care about a lot, and that should be really the focus. But whatever it takes to make it happen, that's what's important. So yeah, Stop Killing Games is going absolutely fucking crazy. And PewDiePie, this is the other really big one today. Thank you all for the amazing support on my recent videos. I love how I can just nerd out and share whatever with you guys. In the comments, I've seen some of you mention Stop Killing Games, and I want to say I 100% support this movement. It ties in perfectly with what I talked about in my video, ownership over software and the games that we buy. I think I know exactly what he's referring to with this. This is huge. Strongly encourage you to sign the petition. Takes like 30 seconds. Note, if you're in the EU, if you're not in the EU or UK, you can't sign it, but you can share it to people that are. So there it is. Massive PewDiePie W. Insane PewDiePie W. Can you explain the Pirate Software's controversy? A lot of people think that Pirate Software are misrepresented and misconstrued. Controversy? A lot of people think that Pirate Software are misrepresented and misconstrued what the criticisms that Stop Killing Games was trying to address. And they also, like, so this has been really kind of a general issue that people have had with Thor in general. People think that he's a know-it-all. They think that he constantly tries to put himself out there as this authority on everything. The end goal, the light at the end of the tunnel, the initiative is what matters, right? That's what really matters. And it's got over 700,000 fucking signatures. I'm gonna make this, you know what I'm gonna do? If you are in the UK or EU, please sign this. I'm gonna make this my pinned message for the day, at least for a while. And so let's go back. There we go. And that way you guys can sign it, and we can keep it right up there on the top. And I don't know how many more days we have of this, but unless I have a sponsor or something else that I want to make sure people know about, we can put that up at the top too. And, you know, we've already got, 30-something thousand people here hanging out. And so there's going to be a ton of people that show up in the stream and they see this. And UK can't sign it. I don't think UK can sign. No, that's not what PewDiePie said. But either way, UK has their own petition. Okay, I'm gonna type another one just so we don't have any complications, and we'll keep it simple. Okay, yeah, if you're in the EU, sign this, and it's the petition. Okay, yeah, like as the mainland EU. Well, either way, that's gonna be enough. And so, yeah, I totally support it, and that's what really matters. So we've got, obviously, PewDiePie supporting this, Charlie supporting it. I've obviously supported it a lot. Ross is the one that started it. And also, like, huge shout-out to Ross himself, Accursed Farms. This is the guy who really has started all of this and pushed all of it in general. Massive, massive shout-out to him, because he's been the one who was instrumental in making it happen. So yeah, there you go. Elon retweeted it too. Did he really? Let me see. No, I'm not seeing him talking about it. Hopefully he does. I could see him talking about this. I could. Oh, there we go. Yep. Fuck yes. Okay, so yeah, Mark Kern tweeted about it and Elon retweeted him. So there you go. Elon's a fake gamer? Yeah, but at least now he can promote playing real games. And so that's a good thing. Trump has maybe we're gonna get involved. I mean, I do think that this entire situation, if he does this wrong, he's going to pretty much lose the majority of his support, or not the majority of his support, but he will lose a lot of support, and he'll lose a lot of influence. China will go overt if USA gets involved. I think China, I don't know if they're going to do that or not. Define wrong outcome. Wrong outcome is, I mean, if they don't get what they want, basically, right? If they get pushed into a war, if we have troops deployed, like, I think that if for whatever reason troops get deployed into Iran, I think this will create a massive divide. It will be very, very, very bad if that happens. There'll be blowback, yeah, and it makes sense that there would be blowback for that too, right? I mean, it definitely does. You could easily see why. You get them hard enough, and Iran crumbles its win. If it's not effective enough, they roll out the hypersonics. They've been hiding. Things are going to get messy. Ground war? Yeah, we'll see. But anyway, this is what he's talking about.
Fox News alert. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump privately has approved an attack plan for Iran, but has not yet given the final order. Will the U.S. get involved? Should we get involved? And what would it look like? David Burke, retired lieutenant colonel, is a Top Gun instructor and Marine Corps officer. David, great to see you. Colonel, you have some experience here. Although we've never dropped this 30,000-pound bomb, what could it do?
Wait, so they never even used it?
Yeah, this would be the first drop in combat, but we are
What if it doesn't work?
familiar, a lot of testing with this bomb. This is a massive weapon designed to penetrate deep underground, hardened targets, well-protected targets like the one you're discussing, and take them out.
So you say it's probably, even though we have some options,
the one you're discussing, and take them out.
So you say it's probably, even though we have some options, if you could take a look at this full screen, we're going to use the B-2, and we're going to have, is it going to be one 30,000 bomb per fighter jet?
Each B-2 can carry two. It wouldn't surprise me if you had a single drop from an aircraft, but it can carry two.
I think you were telling me yesterday that the first one penetrates down, and the second one will go into the hole.
Yeah, that's a likely scenario. Having multiple bombs is probably going to be required for this situation. Absolutely right. You got it.
So, okay, so let's advance. Oh, okay, I can advance myself. I did not know that. You think it's going to hit on an angle, but yet it's going to glide. You said that this is going to think it's going to hit on an angle, but yet it's going to glide. You said that this is going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be the World War II, open up the hatch and it falls to the ground. Describe how it's going to penetrate.
Yeah, this is a smart weapon. It has a GPS antenna in the nose. It has a really good guidance system to get exactly where it wants to be. And this is a massive bomb, Brian. It's 30,000 pounds. Now, not a lot of explosive, but a lot of weapon itself to penetrate into the ground. And that first bomb is going to hit the target, dig deep into the ground, and then detonate. Bomb, Brian. It's 30,000 pounds. Now, where it wants to be. And this is a massive bomb, Brian. It's 30,000 pounds. Now, not a lot of explosive, but a lot of weapon itself to
The revelations by Iron Mouse and many other of the talents at VShojo may very well end that VTubing company. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. This is an insane saga that really, it even peaks perhaps what is going down and what went down last year with Doki Bird and with Niji Sanji, insofar as this is looking like it will end this VTubing company, VShojo, completely, and because we're seeing a massive pool of talent that is looking to exodus from that company. Now, just understand this is a fast facts pre-recorded video, but I recorded this after listening to Kayson's stream where she was interviewing with the Japanese quote-unquote branch, we'll talk about that, CEO. So we're going to go through all the facts today and really stick to the legal analysis. If you want to see the full version where I'm playing more video, I play all of Iron Mouse's video and I play some other stuff as well. You check out my live version, but this is the abbreviated version for those that want to get just down to the facts. And of course, I've got a PowerPoint. So with this case, obviously it all started with the mouse. And there are two clear things that she dropped in her message that are legally relevant. First is that she has not been paid wages. So she's owed back wages. She's not been paid for a long time. And these payments that she's owed are in delinquency. They've been owed to her for a long time. She hasn't been paid. And this is something that has been mirrored by other talents. We now have talents such as Kayson coming out and saying, I have not been paid for a long time. In fact, I believe she said September of last year, a very, very long time without payments, which is severe, which is significant. So there is an extended period of time with which people have not paid out to the talents. That's a massive, massive problem in and of itself. But the other great problem, and the problem that can have huge criminal liability, is the potential fraud related to the charity, related to the Immune Deficiency Foundation that Iron Mouse has always been so vocal for, because it's the cause that represents research that would help people like her and give them a brighter future and hope. And it really was something that she was so invested in. And they decided to take $500,000 and not pay that out to charity. Whatever they did with that, it was not paid to charity. And that is a massive, massive issue. And that's an issue that can see people behind bars, that can have criminal penalties. Absolutely. Once again, these are our allegations at this point, but based on the number of talents speaking up, based on the number of talents that have removed the VShojo branding, we have to, at this point, assume there is some sort of substance behind these allegations. Of course, they are going to have to fight these out. They are going to have to prove this in court or prove this through the regulatory process. However, at this point, going forward and through the scope of this video, understand that I am taking the allegations as credible. For whatever argument you may make of they're not proven yet, whatever, I understand you, but we're going to take them as credible for the purpose of this analysis. So let's continue here. So we had obviously Iron Mouse speak up, and then we had Kayson get on with the JP CEO. Now, this was very enlightening and actually gives us more of the business side of what is going on at VShojo. It's very clear from this that VShojo is in financial hot water, that they were not profitable. And whatever the distinction was between JP and US, it's very important to note that there was no official legal distinction. That is an internal distinction, the same as a department, for example, saying HR or whatever else, right? Or janitorial staff. It's an internal distinction. It still fell under the control and is the legal responsibility of the headquarters in San Francisco. So the JP branch, as much as that might be a certain amount of talents that was managed by this quote unquote CEO, was not distinguished financially. So those funds that were coming in were being slushed together. So whatever profit JP was making was not offsetting clearly the losses they were taking on the US side or with their other talents. So as a whole, it seems they were in financial dire straits. Now, one big thing that was brought up during this was that the staff was paid and not the talent. There is a very important reason for that, which we're going to get into, which is all of the talents are designated, and this is for almost all VTubing companies. I have not seen one contract, and I've reviewed all of them, including the VShojo contract, Niji Sanji, HoloLive, Vector, all the greatest hits from big to small, Face Connect. I've seen all of them. I haven't seen a single contract that has said these people are employees. We consider them employees. They all try to make them independent contractors. That's very important, because when it comes to fighting wages and paying wages, you have to pay employees under labor law, whether it's US law, Japanese law, really all around the world. You've got to pay out those wages. But when it comes to independent contractors, well, you can shaft them, and then they've got to come and sue you or bring an action against you or a claim against you to try to get those back. It puts a massive burden on them to claim those amounts of money. Now, I have, since the Niji Sanji crisis, been screaming from the top of the hills that this is BS. And I'll put some money in the swear jar for that one. These people are employees. Whether you consider them full-time or part-time employees, they are under the control and authority of these VTubing companies. Now, I understand that there was a lot more anonymity at VShojo than other companies, but you might consider them in that case more like a part-time employee than a full-time employee that's completely controlled by the company. And in that case, they would still be owed wages under a normal analysis. And mind you, just because a contract says that you are an independent contractor does not mean that a particular state or country might not look at the situation, might not look at all the factors and say, under our law, we're going to consider them an employee. It's very important. And I do think in the VTubing industry going forward, this is a massive lesson that all VTubing talent should be considered employees. They should push for being employees. They should say, no, I'm an employee if I'm going to work for your company because you need to pay me and you need to be liable if you do not pay me. And I don't think the Japanese CEO, listening to him, is the villain here. He's clearly not at the top of the rung. He's not the CEO or CFO or COO or CTO. He's at a lower rung of responsibility. He certainly cannot make shots for the entire company. That was not his responsibility. And certainly, by the way, none of the talents are liable for this. This is something where they are the victims, and they do deserve your support and your appreciation. And I will say this about all of them: Iron Mouse, Kaysan, Henya, everybody, Mitsubishi, everybody. They do deserve your support and love in this time, and also your understanding that they can't say the things that I can say because they're under a different level of scrutiny. Now, I do hope with some right legal maneuvers, they can finally speak up. And we're going to talk about that today and the way they may be able to speak up. But right now, understand and be patient with them. They need to work with their lawyers in their jurisdiction, or in perhaps California, which is a jurisdiction for VShojo, where I think is very ripe to bring suits and claims, etc. They need to work with their own lawyers to get this done. So be patient with them to get to that point where they will be able to speak. I do believe that time is going to come sooner than later. So let's continue with this. The best quote, I think, from this is "Talent first, my ass." That was probably the best Kaysan quote out there, period. And I love Kaysan. I'm definitely a fan. So one important thing here is that VShojo is an American company. Now we've covered Niji Sanji, we've covered Cobra Corporation, big Japanese corporations. And one issue with those corporations is they're Japanese. And if the talent is American or Canadian or really non-Japanese at all, it's really, really difficult to come at those companies. This is not the problem for VShojo. VShojo is an American company, and they're an American company headquartered in one of the states with the most strong consumer protections out there, or strong worker protections, employee protections that are very, very broad out there in all the United States. So this is a massive difference. And especially since many of the talents, particularly Iron Mouse, being a American citizen, right? Puerto Rico, still a citizen of the United States, and still able to bring claims, fully able to bring claims in California court, particularly related to labor. This is something where it is ripe for conflict, ripe for either a lawsuit, criminal filings, regulatory filings, because they are in America. And this is why I say they are sunk. This is why I say this is not an Niji Sanji situation. This is not an any color. This is not a Hololive situation, whatever else. And in those situations, when Niji Sanji, I told everybody, hey, when Doki Bird went down, this is not going to be the end of Niji Sanji by any stretch. Same thing when there's bumps in the road with Hololive, right? When Gura leaves, it's not going to be the end of Hololive. However, this will be the end of VShojo. This is very, very much going to tank them because of this and because of their financial situation. And mind you, I will point out one other thing. They were founded in 2020. And what was happening in 2020, and I say this as a corporate attorney who was previously working in a law firm related to issuing bonds that were used by governments and corporations, and then working in-house and seeing a lot of borrowing and corporate debt. During that period of time, corporations were borrowing at insanely low rates. They were drunk on debt and drunk on almost free money that was under the cost of inflation. So hell, why not? Let's just borrow as much as possible. So I have no doubt that they were highly leveraged going into this, and they were highly hyped up coming off of the kind of everybody's on the internet during COVID era. and thinking that was going to continue forever. And their financial projections were perhaps unrealistic given the fact that that was a temporary period of time that was over. And there was definitely bumps in the VTuber market as a whole, as people no longer had to be online all the time. And so, yes, the VTuber market did not grow as it was projected to grow based on 2020 numbers or based on 2019 numbers, et cetera. So I think this number of the founding is actually relevant, and the fact that they are a relatively new company and they're private. So once again, we don't have a lot of the disclosures that we required of a public company. But let's talk about the contract. So I have seen a Vishujo contract. Now, in full disclosure, it was based on a previous contract. It is not anyone active. So it's an older contract. So they may have changed things in the contract. So I'm basing it on what I said. However, I don't think they've changed certain things. Number one, they do have certain NDA and confidentiality provisions based on that. I don't think they would have deleted that. I don't think they would have removed that. Those are in the contract. The other most important thing is it does frame them as independent contractors, as non-employees. So that is a super important factor, that they are not called employees, because when you are an employee, you get the protection of labor laws. You get the protection of regulation. All of those things don't necessarily apply to independent contractors. Now, different states handle this differently. Different countries handle this differently. If anywhere in the United States is going to handle this differently, it's probably California, which is going to look at that and say, oh, no, these were really employees. These really weren't independent contractors. So I think that doesn't exclude it, but it is important for the intent here, because the intent was always to shaft them out of payment, was always to not pay them. So let's continue here. So labor law, we're going to talk about this real quick. So this is about the claims for unpaid wages. And once again, a very important factor here is California, particularly if you're going to file it there, which is where VShojo is headquartered, they don't have any restrictions as to residency status or et cetera. So you can file a labor claim there. Even the people that are part of the corporation that are non-American might have a potential, if they consult with their attorney, to file claims in California in some way, shape, or fashion. Once again, I do believe all the girls that I've heard of, as particularly Iron Mouse, have competent lawyers, and they should listen to their lawyers. Obviously, listen to their lawyers over anything I say. This is more education for the public and education for people in general. But I do believe there's a possibility for them to make claims in California, and that would be huge for them. That would open the door to so much. So even if you have a contract, that's not going to prevent you from claiming, hey, you need to pay me these wages, right? Or reporting criminal activity. So reporting, hey, they didn't give this money to charity, and we knew it. And we saw it, we knew it. We have testimony. We'll be witnesses against this. We'll go to the federal or state criminal cases for these people. They can still testify to that. There's nothing stopping them. The NDA is not going to stop them. Nothing is preventing them from reporting that crime. In fact, if they try to retaliate for that, VShojo would be punished. You cannot try to retaliate against somebody for reporting a crime. That's not okay anywhere in the US and in most countries in general. So the process for this would be to gather documentation and witnesses, which they're probably doing right now. Their lawyers, particularly Iron Mouse, is probably gathering a lot of documentation, getting witnesses together, and then you'd report it to the labor commissioner. In this case, probably the labor commissioner of California. And after that, there's a required mediation. Now, this might be what why they're saying, wait, why Iron Mouse said in her video, hey, we need to get to a certain part of the legal process. It might be because they want to go to that mediation, see if they can get a settlement, see if VShojo can make this right. Otherwise, if that fails, there's going to be a civil lawsuit. They can bring a civil lawsuit, in which case we'd all get that information. It'd be public information. We'd be able to talk about it. We'd be able to see everything that's going on. It would be a nightmare for them, from VShojo, if they aren't already bankrupt, which we'll eventually touch on that topic. So then we got the silencing the mouse, and as well as the other talent. There are laws that prevent retaliation against employees reporting unlawful acts. You've probably heard of whistleblower protections. That's a whistleblower. Iron Mouse is a whistleblower saying there is something illegal going on here, i.e., taking money that's supposed to go to charity, whether that's embezzlement or whatever else, or a fraudulent transfer, like that can be reported, and there's no way you can retaliate against that. Also, there's another California law that's passed that arguably could prevent NDAs from silencing the employees in regards to reporting bad workplace behavior. So saying, hey, we're not being paid, and they took this money from charity. The California law is pretty clear that the NDA cannot stop them from saying that. Now, there are other things that they could argue the NDA could stop them from talking about, stuff like personal relationships or personal interactions, maybe for now, but that NDA is not going to silence them from speaking out on what is clearly illegal. Further, aside from whistleblower protections, you can't stop the reporting of crime. I cannot say that enough. Reporting a crime is always permissible, and no NDA in the world can silence you from reporting a crime. That's just the way it is. That's just the facts. So beyond that, let's get into what's going on with the criminal liability, and that could fall on the corporation, or that could fall on people like Justin, the gun run Ignacio, the CEO. Once again, depending on his level of culpability and the culpability of the COO, the CTO, the other officers of the corporation, this criminal liability could fall not just on, the corporation as a whole, but on these individuals, depending on how complicit they were in this scheme and how much knowledge they had of this. So let's get into the criminal side, shall we? So we've got obviously civil claims, which this is regarding the $500,000 that was not given to charity, that was taken, and God knows what they did with it. Probably, by the way, my best guess on what they did with this is they are leveraged, and they were used that money to pay their current expenses, and they were over leveraged. So they were hoping to pay them back in the future and make some miracle money and pay them back in the future and get everything right. They didn't do that. They didn't give the money to the charity. Now, that's once again, it's my speculation about what they did, but based on what Case on Stream, which just happened just a couple minutes ago, I stopped watching it. It seems they're in financial trouble. And if you're in financial trouble, what are you going to do? You're going to take the money and you're going to use it to pay immediate expenses, probably staff, because they needed to pay them or they'd be hit by labor law restrictions. That's why the JP CEO got paid and Kason didn't. So that's what I think they did with that money. Now, if they did that with that money, there's three things that can happen here. Civil claims, both by the donors themselves and by Mouse and anybody else who's a big donor or gave money, federal crimes, and their state crimes. Let's talk about civil claims. So first of all, donors can file suit against Vichojo. So if they donated money or you donated money, you're out there, you donated money, you might want to just have a chit chat with a lawyer and talk about what you did, how much money you gave, and what was going on with that. And then there's claims, once again, these are different types of civil claims for misrepresentation, breach of contract, fraudulent transfer. Particularly fraudulent transfer is at play here because of the large sum of money, because it's a massive amount of money. Misrepresentation because they misrepresented that money was going to go to the charity and they didn't give it there. And breach of contract because there's an implicit contract. There's a fiduciary duty there to take that money and give it to the charity. And they broke that understanding. They broke that agreement. And Iron Mouse could also likely bring a claim as well, because once again, she was part of that. She, I'm sure, donated to that as well herself. So she probably has status as a donor, but also just to clear herself from that and saying, hey, look, this money was supposed to go there. It didn't. Let me put this claim in there to make it very clear that they're doing wrong. So I think Iron Mouse also could back up the donos in that. Let's go to federal crimes. This is the fun one. This is the one where they're going to end up paying the money from behind bars. Charity fraud is typically investigated by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. Now, oftentimes they're working in conjunction with the state attorney general. So those working as kind of a team in order to look into all types of charity fraud and really do the investigation. Once again, we are very preliminary. We're at the allegation phase. This would all need to be investigated. We need to see proof. We need to see documents. But the people who get that are the FTC and the state attorney general. And I think the state attorney general of California, which I'm sure many people are going to contact after this, will be very, very interested in hearing this case. $500,000 from an immunodeficiency charity. I'm sorry, that is deplorable. And that's disgusting. And once again, I try to keep this to objective legal analysis, but the scope of this really does give me a righteous indignation with the amount of money that was taken here from a charity. So depending on the nature of the fraud, a breach of that duty to deliver that money can violate several federal laws. So it can be wire fraud. Wire fraud is one of the easiest ones to get them for. And certainly if they wanted to go down that route, and it is a case where they received the money via the internet, because wire fraud is not just old school wires and telephones, it's the internet. They got them, boys. They got them on that one. money laundering potentially, making false statements about where the money would go, misrepresentations. Also, the FTC Act, which involves various regulation of money regarding charities. All of those things they can be hit with, and they could get real jail time on this. This is serious jail time in real prison. This is not fun, down under the sun. This is all potential prison time for people at Vishojo. Beyond that, there's state law. There's California Penal Code 503, 501, 515 regarding embezzlement. So assuming that they took the money and they embezzled it and they use it elsewise, that's right there. Breach of fiduciary duty, because they have a duty. They're the trustee of that money to give it over to the charity. That was their duty, fiduciary duty. Anybody who, for example, is holding money for somebody else. So if you gave money to a lawyer and that lawyer is supposed to go pay for real estate and they don't pay for real estate, they pay for, cocaine and whatever else, that's going to be a huge, massive problem. So that would be a breach of fiduciary duty. This was a breach of fiduciary duty in the charity sense. Misleading and deceptive fundraising, I think that speaks for itself. They said the money was going to go one place. It didn't go there. Also, reporting and regulatory violations. So how do they do their taxes? How do they report this? They needed to report this to the government, to the regulatory authorities, saying, hey, we donated this money to charity. Did they take a tax write-off for this? Did they write this off on their taxes? Did they make a false financial report? That's massive. And the last one, and the two things you're afraid of, even the Joker is afraid of, is the IRS. And the tax law violations, both, and the tax law, by the way, is at the state and the federal level. So it's both levels. But tax law is perhaps the most massive place, because if they chose to try to take a write-off on this or to falsify their taxes, oh boy, the tax man does not F around. And that's where the people could see very, very serious state consequences. Now, let's talk about the other girls and a little bit about what went on with them. Obviously, a lot of them have pulled out of the branding. They've no longer branded themselves as Vishojo. They're going to have talks on this. Obviously, Kason had a very clear talk. I think Henya is going to talk, and some others are going to have a commentary as well, which I may have follow-up videos on that. But it very much seems like these talents were, especially since Kason said she was shafted out of wages, that she didn't get paid her wages. In that case, I think they need to file claims as well. I think all of the talents need to consider, particularly in California, filing labor law claims. And once they do that, the other thing that's really going to be awesome for them is all those no retaliation clauses apply to them, so they can start speaking more. Now, they need to talk to their attorneys and make sure this works for them under their situation. Their personal attorney is comfortable with this. But assuming they are, once they do that, once the claim is initiated, they will be able to say a little bit more. Now, there's another factor here. This applies to Iron Mouse and all the other girls and why they're not going to talk. If you're going to go into a lawsuit situation or you're going to sue, you want to shut up. You want to say as little as possible, only what you can say or have to say. So even if these girls can speak technically, or they could say it and they're not going to get punished under the law, or Vishojo's not going to be able to sue them for breaching NDA, there may be other good reasons for them not talking. However, that might be able to open up them explaining a little bit more to their audience and giving a little bit more context. And maybe at some point they want to do that. So that's something there. But beyond that, they're owed wages. They're all owed wages. They need to get paid.
Oh, this
penetrate into the ground, and that first bomb is going to hit the target, dig deep into the ground, and then detonate.
Colonel, so take a look at this. This, I imagine, is an animation of the bomb going deep. This would be the first one in that scenario. Would the second one know exactly how to get into the hole the first one leaves behind?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough problem. The way you're describing it is exactly
the first one leaves behind. Would the second one know exactly how to get into the hole the first one leaves behind?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough problem. The way you're describing it is exactly right. It's a very difficult scenario, but that, as you're describing it, is exactly what the intent would be, is put that second bomb right through the hole of the first penetration, get deeper into that target, and do even more damage with the second weapon.
So, Colonel, what you said is it'll penetrate about 200 feet. So it goes about 200 feet, but what you said is it'll penetrate about 200 feet. So it goes about 200 feet, but there's about 300 feet of concrete it's got to get through, let alone what the mountain challenges have. So the first one gets through. What's the second one look like?
The second one looks very similar in terms of the glide path. And the way you're describing it, this is what we call weaponeering. This is the professionals thinking about how deep is this target? How deep does the bomb have to go? How many weapons does it need? What's the angle? All those things you're describing is exactly right. This is the problem that they're addressing. And that second bomb, in a perfect world, goes right through the initial hole that the first bomb created and penetrates even deeper into the target to do the damage that's needed.
So where's it coming from? I understand they're not going to be deployed in theater. It's probably going to be coming from the U.S. Wouldn't work for us to tell us exactly where. But one would go get refueled midair. They're probably that situation's exactly where. But one would go get refueled midair. They're probably that situation's in place right now. How many fighter jets you think? How many B-2s you think we'll need?
Just 2, right? Probably.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if you had multiple B-2s. The great thing about that aircraft, this is a remarkable machine. I think the longest B-2 flight is something like 44 hours. So our ability to launch from the United States, if we choose to, or a forward deployed base, getting to the target and back is absolutely in the wheelhouse of the capability of this aircraft. And I would expect to see multiple aircraft on this mission.
For a guy that knows how to do these flights, what's the challenge for the pilot?
Hit the button.
Listen, there's a lot of challenges. Obviously, anytime you take an American aircraft, American air crew, American systems, and fly into enemy territory, there is risk. The great thing about these B-2 crews, they've been practicing and preparing for this their entire careers. They are more than capable of doing this. This is things they've prepared and trained for. So once the mission starts, they're focused on that. There are certainly risks associated with the mission itself, but these are highly trained, highly capable people that are more than ready to do this.
And just by the way, you told me off camera that it's not something you get the Israelis trained up on quickly. It'll have to be an American pilot. And
so they don't know how to fuck they can't handle these bombs, bro. It's got to be us. We're freedom
and by the way,
bombs.
it doesn't detonate when
That's
it just hits the surface. We decide when it detonates. Colonel, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
We'll look at a
great being here. Thanks for having me.
I'll look at. There's a video. I think that CNN put out the video about how this is how the bomb works, right? And so this is what they're trying to do with this bomb. The impact spreads freedom. It does.
As President Trump weighs U.S. involvement in strikes on Iran, experts say a massive bunker buster bomb is likely the only weapon capable of destroying a key Iranian nuclear facility. But as CNN's Brian Todd reports...
maybe I'm retarded, but like, why couldn't they just send a missile, like a guided missile inside the fucking... Like, if you sent... I don't know, like, maybe this is stupid, but like, if you sent it inside the entrance and it blew up the entrance collapsed, you would effectively destroy the thing, right? Multiple doors? Oh. So they gotta... yeah. Of course.
Even this massive bomb may not be able to penetrate Iran's Fordo fuel enrichment plant,
long tunnel
which is
with 4
carved
doors
into a mountain and extends deep underground.
So it's not like the Death Star.
It's a sophisticated, frightening piece of weaponry designed to hit targets like some of Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities deep underground.
Not like the Death Star.
They're buried so deep, and no other bomb would be able to certainly destroy them.
The GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, also known as the Bunker Buster, the largest non-nuclear bomb in the U.S. military's arsenal. Designed, the Air Force says, to reach and destroy weapons of mass destruction in well-protected facilities.
I feel like, we paid our tax money for this shit. I mean, like, really, if we're not going to use it to blow up a nuclear facility, like, why don't we just get a refund on these? Like, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, this is what this is literally why we bought them. Right.
Buster is roughly 20 feet long, weighs 30,000 pounds, with 6,000 pounds of high explosives. The Israelis don't have them, nor the means to deliver them. Only the U.S. does, and there is no public record that they've ever been used in combat.
The United States has never encountered a target that required a bomb of this size. We have other very, very large bombs, such as the Moab, which is the mother of all bombs, as they say.
That mother of all bombs, weighing more than 21,000 pounds, was dropped by U.S. forces on ISIS targets in Afghanistan in 2017.
How'd that go?
But the Bunker Buster, even heavier. Experts say the Bunker Buster has a thick, hard shell designed to withstand the impacts of the ground and plunge
So that's oh shit, it is really big. Goddamn.
The depths it needs to reach, with explosives in a fuse that also needs to be robust enough to penetrate the ground. The Bunker Buster doesn't have the biggest blast area, experts say, because it's designed to burrow into the ground before exploding. The only plane that can carry the bunker buster, the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, flown
That shit looks so fucking cool, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, that looks badass.
by a 2-pilot crew, capable of flying about 6,000 nautical miles without refueling and eluding an enemy's most sophisticated defenses. The likely target of the bunker buster, if the U.S. were to get involved in this conflict, Fordo, an Iranian nuclear enrichment site buried deep under a mountain beneath possibly 300 feet of rock. A key question, could the bunker buster really damage Fordo significantly?
It would have
Experts
to.
say the bunker buster can penetrate about 200 feet into the ground.
I mean, couldn't you just keep using them until you did? I mean, I feel like, yeah, if, I don't know how many of these we have, but like, yeah, if 2 doesn't work, then you use 3. Yeah, I mean, that $50 million each. I mean, in terms of like government money, that's not that much.
Maybe more. But if the key targets at Fordo are about 300...
Yeah, I mean, we spend more for like, you know, like gay Sesame Street place. Yeah, I mean, it's not that much. 3 to 4 million each. Yeah, it's cheap for the military. Yeah.
100 feet under?
One bomb isn't going to penetrate that. You're going to have multiple hits at the same spot. Drop a bomb, another B-2 comes in, drops another bomb in the crater of the first.
Another one. Yeah,
Another
exactly.
key question is, would a strike on the Fordo nuclear facility cause a large radiation leak? 3 experts who spoke to CNN say a radiation leak would probably be limited to the immediate area, and a strike would probably not pose the same kind of catastrophic consequences that bombing a nuclear reactor would. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
Well, that would be good, because if they did, that would be real bad. Yeah, that'd be real bad. Oh, shit. Probably? Yeah, I mean, fuck, I'd go with probably. I mean, that's it. Yeah, probably.
With Jennifer Kavanaugh, a senior fellow and director of military analysis at the Foreign Policy.
You know, I heard that whenever they dropped the first nuke, they didn't know what the fuck was going to happen. Yeah. So, all right, well, let's see what this does.
Think tank defense priorities. I asked her what U.S. involvement in this conflict could actually
They're just winging it? Yeah.
So I think it's probable that Netanyahu was hoping that if he started this war and was successful initially, tactically against regime targets and other nuclear facilities, that the United States would see this as an opportunity to join in and to...
Which is, damn, that thing's big. I mean, it makes sense, too. It definitely makes sense.
accomplish what has been...
They need to get paid that money that they're owed. And I say wages, although wages people usually associate with employees, and payments are usually the independent contractors in terms of the language there. But to me, these people are not just amazing talents. They're workers. They're true employees that are dedicating a significant amount of their time, and they are giving some control and authority over to this entity to direct them to do certain things and to take certain actions. And beyond that, the financial arrangement between them is one that I think they could argue, particularly with the restrictiveness of the contract, that set them up as employees. Even further, put Vichojo on the defensive. If all of them file claims in California, labor law claims, it's on Vichojo to prove that they're not employees. So put Vichojo on the defensive. Don't allow Vichojo to take the offensive. Take the offensive against Vichojo. Take it to them. Take it to their court. Push them. And I think that is the right emphasis as they go forward with this. And I'm sure there's lots of California attorneys that would help them. And frankly, if any of the girls needed any help finding a California attorney, I'm happy to try to hook them up and recommend them for them. But that said, I think the girls do need to consider their options and speak with local attorneys. Beyond that, this is a big one, especially after the case on stream. I think they need to really worry about Vichojo declaring bankruptcy, because based on the financial situation, as explained by the JP CEO, it looks like they're not doing good. And what I am worried, and the strategy that came out of case on stream, which I think is putting together, is they are not paying the independent contractors because they're planning to declare bankruptcy. I have seen this before as corporate counsel, as evil corporate counsel from my back days when I did that. That is something corporations do. When they're going under, they stop paying out because they know they're just going to declare bankruptcy. And what happens when you declare bankruptcy? Well, there's two types of debt. There's secured debt and there's unsecured debt. Secured debt gets paid first. The stuff like mortgages or something like a lien on a car, right? It's secured by something. There's something they can take. That's paid first. Then there's going to be employees' wages. Those are paid. But anything else, including independent contractors, is unsecured and dischargeable. So the big thing they're banking for is to get to discharge the payments because they label them as independent contractors. That's their strategy. I mean, I see it clear as day. And to me, the question is not only are they going to declare bankruptcy, it's how quickly are they going to declare bankruptcy? In fact, if I was the CEO of Vichojo, I'd be running right now into the bankruptcy court to declare it right now so they can stop all payments. And now that would put it on them to battle back. That would put it on the talents. So I think the Vichojo response is going to be to immediately declare bankruptcy. And why is that? They lost their largest talent. There's no way they can financially recover. You can't explain to me how Vichojo, who is already losing money by the own admission of their staff, by the own admission of the JP CEO, is already losing money. They're already not able to pay. And suddenly they're going to lose all their talent and be able to pay? No one's going to give this company a loan, especially with this bad PR. Are you kidding me? No, this is a clear bankruptcy scenario. And in bankruptcy, they're going to try to discharge that. Now, there's a little ray of hope, a tiny little smidgen of hope, right? Is that there is a special exemption for unpaid commissions to independent contractors. So debt qualifies for priority status, meaning it gets higher status than unsecured debt, if during the 12 months before the bankruptcy, 75% of the contractor's own earnings were from the debtor. So in this case, that would apply to most of the girls, I imagine. Now, maybe they have other earnings or other money from elsewhere, but if they were making most of their money from Vichojo, that is a big exemption that could fly in there. Once again, it doesn't guarantee they get paid out, but it does give a glimmer of hope if they go the bankruptcy route, which I think it's looking like right now. That's what I've got for today for the Fast Facts version, guys. This has been insane. I will be on top of this. Check out the live if you want to get all the questions, the banter, all that other stuff, and I will catch you on the
been a long time U.S. goal of ending the Iranian nuclear program.
Yeah.
I think it's important to note, however, that there's no guarantee that even if the United States does use these bunker buster bombs, it would finally eliminate Iran's enrichment capabilities or forever end its pathway to a nuclear bomb.
How could you stop anything
that could only be
forever?
accomplished by political means, not military means.
It's interesting you say that because Joe Siriglione, who is an expert on nuclear non-proliferation and all things Iran and all things nuclear program in Iran, he explained how these bunker busters actually work in any kind of attack on the Fordo nuclear site there in Iran. Here he is. Listen to this.
The first aircraft, a B-2 rather, is the only aircraft that can carry this munition, has to drop one in a precise location, followed by another B-2 who would drop another in the crater. And that might not be enough, so you might have to do it a third or a fourth time.
Just keep doing it.
So, you know, in the words of, you know, the U.S. intelligence CIA boss from back in the Iraq days, it's not a slam dunk that U.S. involvement here would actually destroy the Fordo nuclear site completely.
Certainly not with airstrikes. There would have to be a ground component, some kind of ground raid, to ensure that that facility was fully eliminated and that Iran's stockpiles of highly enriched uranium were either rendered unusable or inaccessible. And right now, no one is talking seriously about sending ground forces.
No, nobody
we're relying only on air power.
No, absolutely not. Not going to happen. Yeah, because if we send troops over to Iran, we are going to be there for 10 years. It's going to be 10 more fucking years of micromanaging another Middle Eastern country. Well, I was trying to be optimistic. I was being optimistic with 10. Okay, y'all want to say 20? Fine. It'll happen. We just won't know about it. Yeah, I don't know. We need a new war to get the economy back up. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah. I mean, we could get another one going, right? Sure. But like, I feel like we need a shorter one, right? Give war
The chances
a chance.
are quite high that even with U.S. involvement, it would be impossible to achieve what Israel has set out as its strategic objective of eliminating, finally, this nuclear capability. And even if it was successful, if they were able to take out the facility and other facilities completely, there's still the matter of Iran's intellectual property. They figured this out once. They can figure it out again. The program might
That's why you blow it up again. That's why you have to blow it up again, kill the guys to do it again, and just keep doing that till it stops happening. It's pretty simple. Yeah, I mean that's the reason why they haven't built one. Like, we've literally done this for 30 years. Like, in my opinion, I think that if Iran was completely uninterrupted, they probably would have built a nuclear bomb a long time ago. And it's only because we've been intentionally blowing up their shit, killing their scientists, and setting them back with like cyber attacks, bombs, etc. They would have already built this. I mean, we've already been doing this for a while. Grok said nukes in 2015 of no intervention. Maybe. But here's the thing. Without foot on the ground, these bombings wouldn't stop them. They just rebuild with better defended underground facility. Well, then you bomb that one too. I mean, like that, but that at least sets them back.
be delayed several years, even a decade.
I mean, they're limping along anyway, right? Because the thing is, like, the what do you call it? The government over there, nobody likes them. Like, nobody likes them, and so like they're on a timer, and like as soon as that timer's over, they're done.
But it's only through political means and diplomacy that the challenge of Iran's nuclear weapons can be dealt with in a final and lasting way.
The Israeli military says its jets attacked the nuclear facility at Iraq, which it says Iran could have used to try to develop nuclear weapons. An Iranian state news agency says no major damage was done. I want to bring in our international security editor, Nick Payton-Walsh, joining me now. Nick, this attack was during a series of raids overnight. We've seen the evidence that...
Nobody likes Putin. He's been there forever. I think that a lot of people in Russia like Putin, actually. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, what is... I mean, I think a lot of them like it. I'm pretty sure. They do, yeah. I think a lot of people do. Do they have a choice? Well, I mean, in the same way that Iranians have a choice, yeah.
At least the ballistic weapons capability still exists in Iran. We've seen the evidence of that where Nick is in Beersheba in Israel. So there are still military and nuclear targets, one assumes, for the IDF. From those that you are speaking to in your sources, what can we expect next from Israel in Iran, particularly based on the latest rhetoric from Israeli officials, including the defense minister?
Look, I think the defense minister's comments will raise again the issue of the decapitation of the Iranian government. But I should just put in some context there that even if they did take the extraordinary decision or have the capability to kill the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, that doesn't suddenly spell an overnight end to the theocratic government of the Ayatollahs there.
Yeah.
That he will be replaced possibly by his son, who appears to be doing some of the work already. And so it isn't a dictatorship in which the disappearance of one individual means everything crumbles. It's not Syria's Assad's Syria. And so I think it's important to...
Well, then you just kill two of them. I mean, like, you just... Oh, what a dumb answer. Like, okay, wow. Well, if we kill one guy, it won't work. Well, all right. Well, then what do you need to do? Like, and also, by the way, I don't even think we should do this to begin with. Like, I don't. Yeah, what about 2? What about 3? What about 4? You know, whack-a-mole? Well, eventually it works. Yeah, readjust theocracy to keep coming. Yeah, it's gotta happen from the people there. Like, I mean, we can't be going over there and blowing up their guys. Like, Israel can do whatever the fuck Israel wants to do. But, like, in terms of the U.S., I feel like we've had our share. Like, we did this with Saddam Hussein. We did it with Gaddafi. I think there was somebody, I mean, we installed the Shah, I'm pretty sure, in 1953. So, in Iran. So, like, we've tried this multiple times. Like, we just need to stay the fuck out of it. Yeah, stay the fuck out of it. Like, get rid of their nukes and then leave. Let them do what they're going to do. Iran needs to have a civil war and just overthrow their government. That doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, that's what they have to do, right? Iran has massive arsenal of ballistic missiles and drones stockpiled. They barely touched, all spread out in underground facilities. They're very prepared for a long, drawn-out war and can wait patiently until Israel's interceptor missiles supply is depleted. Maybe, but I think that also, like, I mean, I don't think that Iran has some master plan. And the reason why is because if they had a master plan, the people that were deciding that master plan would have been able to avoid getting killed. Like, if you keep killing all of their top guys, it's pretty obvious who has the intelligence advantage. Right? I mean, really. I mean, it's pretty obvious that Israel has the intelligence advantage. So the fact that they have, like, this extravagant big thing, yeah, sure.
Put any move like that within that kind of context, it may well indeed exacerbate or...
Do you actually believe that they will tell you if they're really dead? Yeah, I saw the video and there was like a fucking missile and it showed like a guy and then the missile hit and he wasn't there anymore. I feel like he's probably dead. Like, I would assume he dead. I mean, maybe he parried it, but like, I don't think that works the same way it does in like Elden Ring. Why is Israel allowed to have nukes, but Iran can't? Because Israel's on our side and Iran's not. I mean, that's really the answer. Like, Israel denies IAEA inspections and refuses to sign the United Nations Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran has. I also think, by the way, I don't think we should let them do that. I think we should force them to either come to an agreement or at least come to some form of capitulation, right? Like, I agree with that, too. Yeah, Iran's a terrorist state? Yeah, sure. Also, Israel doesn't threaten anybody with nukes? Well, I don't think anybody... It's the best case scenario is that Israel and Iran don't have nukes. That's the best case scenario. Does anybody disagree with that? Right, obviously. Obviously that is. Broken record? Yeah, you're right. Let's move on.
Speaking to some experts yesterday, worsen the hardline nature of what Iran seeks. But it's the nature of the targets that Israel is openly talking about striking now that gives you some idea how far down their target list they necessarily are. Hitting the Arak heavy water facility, look, that's something which many experts believe was no longer involved in any potential chase of a nuclear weapon. Yes, it could have been involved in the creation of plutonium, giving another path toward the bomb, but ultimately...
Israel needs the nuke. They're the only democracy over there. If Israel needs a nuke, then Saudi Arabia needs a nuke. And if Saudi Arabia needs a nuke, then Iran needs a nuke. And if Iran needs a nuke, then maybe Qatar needs a nuke. And then now everybody needs a nuke. Like, no, fucking no. Strongly disagree with you? But, well, I mean, that doesn't... Who cares? Yeah, no more fucking nukes. Like, I don't think... how do people not understand this? It's insane.
It seems to have been inactive. So the Israelis working through potentially parts of nuclear infrastructure that people accept are not actually a potential imminent usable threat right now, potentially removing things that
I don't think people understand the gravity of a nuclear weapon. Nah, yeah, people, they don't get... I think that, again... Well, let me just get through this.
Be a problem down the line and removing Iran's ability to pursue anything nuclear for decades. They appear also to have destroyed between a half and about 2/3 of Iran's missile launchers. So that takes out of the equation potentially the scale of the volleys that Iran can fire at Israel. What got through last night may have been a new type of device, may have been a particularly bad night for Israel's air defenses.
Who knows?
Injured at that hospital certainly too, and horrific scenes for the Israeli public to endure, but not a marked change in the sort of lethal casualties Iran was able to inflict on Israel. So Iran clearly working with a much reduced military capability here, and so that puts into question how long, frankly, Tehran can have this conflict go on not potentially experience some kind of existential crisis in its missile inventories, military infrastructure. It keeps being...
Or civilian sentiment, right? I mean, they might not like this either. I mean, eventually, a lot of the people there that don't even like the government, I mean, there's a chance they could have an uprising. I mean, what is the probability of that? I would say it's probably a low probability because it's extreme, but it's possible. And we have another... I will just pull this up real quick. You're expecting a future world dictated by Islam. Why would you even say that? It's not even what we're talking about at all. Like you're bringing up something that's totally different. Like why I don't know why people go and do something like that. It's totally different. Like why I don't know why people go and do something like that. It's weird. He's right though. Not really. I mean, I think I've made it pretty clear I'm not a religion enjoyer, right? Like, I've made it super fucking clear.
Hit like this in its political command. Becky, I should point out, in a week since this began, they're now on their third commander of the IRGC's ground forces, the Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's the pace in which new leaders are being taken out. Unimaginable, frankly, just a month ago. And so I think many eyes now look towards tomorrow and Geneva, where the European Union's E3, as they're known, UK, France and Germany, along with the EU foreign policy chief, are meeting with Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. Now, that may well be something which is an entire separate sideline. I was speaking to one Western diplomat who knows what's going on in those talks, and said that they'd be happening in consultation with the United States. Indeed, David Lammy, the UK Foreign Secretary, I think is meeting with Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, just today, but described the talks as something which would be used to kind of feel the room and work out indeed what is possible. But I think it's possibly diplomacy here, however bad the deal Iran has to accede to is, that give them possibly a chance of slowing the Israeli onslaught, but ultimately with Israel having control of the skies over Iran and the ability to hit what it wants at will, why would they necessarily stop now? I think the weakness of Iran is what's going to, the dynamic that's going to dictate.
It's a breaking news. Just a second, sorry about this. Oh, this is, I guess I probably should watch this.
Just a short time ago, Israel's defense minister...
Give me 1 second. I'll go back and look at this. Sorry, I got distracted. So The Jewish guys, well,
President
I
Trump.
want to see inside the base. Yeah, and so anyway, if I go in and I think about this, I mean, let me finish it.
Is what's going to the dynamic that's going to dictate the duration of this.
Nick Payton Walsh is
Yeah,
on.
I mean, they're stalling out with negotiations again. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a possibility. Iran could hit anything at will. They keep saying that. It's just not true. Do other Middle Eastern countries complain about not having nukes? Well, like one guy, I think like the guy in Saudi Arabia, MBS, the Crown Prince said that like, well, if Iran is going to make a nuke, then we have to make a nuke. And like, honestly, I understand that. Yeah, right? I mean, yeah, I totally see where he's coming from because Iran and Saudi Arabia don't get along. He did say it, yeah, and I get it. And so, like, is it a good thing? Because this is the problem, right? Is like as soon as you have one country that's doing it, now, see, you've got a domino effect. This is how it all goes down. This is the reason why you can't let that shit happen. That is the reason. Yeah, Israel doesn't have nukes, though, buddy. I don't know if they do or not. Yeah, I have no idea if they do or not. I mean, if I had to guess if Israel had nukes or not, I would say they probably do. I think that they do. Now, I don't know that, but I would assume that. He didn't say if Israel has a nuke. They do. From a security perspective, Israel is surrounded by hostile states. Nuclear weapon can be a deterrent. If they do have nukes at all, there's pros and cons. Yeah, but at the end of the day, like, we'll think about this, like reasonably. If Israel used a nuclear bomb, Israel, like everybody would be wanting the U.S. and whoever decided to do that to go up on like fucking war charges. I think that there is a global consensus, at least maybe from everything that I've seen, that nobody should use a nuclear bomb no matter what. And so what do you think would happen if every country had nukes? I don't know, honestly. I have no idea. Why does the word buddy make a statement sound so aggressive? I don't know. Yeah, why fuck would Americans care if Israel has a deterrent or not? Yeah, sure. Israel would not use a nuclear bomb unless they were going to be destroyed. Your logic doesn't hold. Yeah, but if Israel, like am I crazy for saying I would rather have Israel be destroyed than have them fire off a bunch of nukes that could potentially destroy a huge area, contaminate the majority of the Middle East, kill millions more people, and also probably still get destroyed in the process? Like, I don't want to have yeah, I don't want that to happen at all. That's insane. You're reasonable. Yeah, I feel like so many people are idealistic with these types of things, and the idealism, I think, is a huge weakness. It's a weakness that holds people back from being able to come from a solution at all. Iran's motive is not a deterrent, it's offensive. Well, it's both, right? I mean, it obviously is both. So, yeah, I wish none of us had nukes. Stuff is scary. Yeah, it is. I'll read a few more of these, but yeah, I mean, it seems like they probably can... It seems like they can probably hit the facility, and if they can't hit it with the first one, they're going to hit it with the second one. Apparently, this bomb can go through 200 meters of reinforced concrete. That's crazy. That's like 600 feet of concrete. And so, and this is built on a mountainside. So, yeah, I think that honestly, like, yeah, they're able to destroy it. So, yeah, no offense, it's publicly known that Israel has nukes, estimated 90 nuclear warheads. Why do you give a fuck about the Middle East if it's none of our business then? If it's none of our business, let them nuke each other to hell? Well, I mean, let them nuke each other to hell. So the problem is that that's not what's going to happen. So, and this is the issue, right? So, and I've re-explained this like 5 times, and I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but, you know, there's going to be new people in the chat every day. People are going to have new opinions, etc. So I will repeat myself with this again before we get into this. So think about the issue that we have in the current conflict in Ukraine against Russia, and think about the fact that we can't use certain things and we can't be aggressive towards Russia in certain ways because of the fact that Russia has access to nuclear weapons. And because Russia has access to nuclear weapons, the amount of ways that we can negotiate with them and effectively, deal with them are limited. And so because they have these things that effectively control our negotiating power, it is basically allowing them to attack Ukraine. I think that if Russia didn't have nuclear weapons, we probably would have seen the end of the Russia-Ukraine war years ago. But because they have such advanced technology and nuclear weapons and other types of capabilities, this creates a deterrent that allows them to do what they want. I think that the same thing will happen with Iran. I think that if Iran builds a nuclear weapon, Iran will use it in the exact same way. They probably will not use the nuclear weapon immediately, because then that would probably be signing their own death warrant. But what I think they would do is they would become more aggressive in the area. They would do more funding towards terrorist organizations. They would try to intercept more trade. They would fund more types of things that destabilize the entire region, which our entire economy is based around, right? Like the Houthis intercepting these ships costs millions and millions of dollars. And so the problem is that if Iran has a deterrent, that's a big problem if we want to deter Iran. We want to deter Iran. So if they have a deterrent, that's bad for us. Do you see kind of like what the issue here is? Billions of dollars. Yes, exactly. And so, and also this is going to affect other countries in the area also. You're a warmonger? No, I'm the only one who's not a warmonger. I'm the only person who's not, because I see a war happening with this as a result. And I think that if Iran makes a nuclear weapon and we let them make a nuclear weapon, then you're going to see Saudi Arabia pursuing a nuclear weapon. And are we going to tell Saudi Arabia, you can't do this after Iran, one of their enemies, because they're a different Muslim, like Iran is Shia, and I think Saudi Arabia is Sunni Muslim in general. And so like they don't see eye to eye with everything in general. And so what happens is that you have this massive distinction, and of course they're going to make a weapon so they can be on an even playing field against their opponents, which makes sense. But is that a good thing? And then also, what about all the other countries? So now you have all of these Middle Eastern countries that are all building up and making more nuclear bombs. This makes any sort of conflict in that area infinitely more risky. It's infinitely more risky. And then in the process of building those weapons, you're going to have the countries that have access to them potentially use them. We don't know if they're going to use them. Iran has said multiple times that if they had a bomb, or if they could, they would destroy Israel. They said they would do that. And so really, people that think that this is a warmonger take are, I think, so incredibly short-sighted and naive. They're so naive. And I don't understand how. I think that a lot of the pushback against, the pushback against this is actually not, what do you call it? It's actually not about like anything specifically about Iran. It's about Israel. I think people are pushing back against Israel in general. Yeah, God, I hate news. Yeah, and so people are mad at Israel because they think that Israel, the way that Israel is dealing with Palestine, is bad. But the fact is that, I mean, Israel is just simply, Israel is not really, the problem with Iran is not like 100% Israel, if that makes sense too. These people hate America too. Yeah. And anti-Semitism is the reason. Sometimes, in some cases it is. I mean, absolutely. Iran is not a country like Pakistan or India. Their narrative is to actually use the bomb. Yeah, I mean, that's what they said. You're not a warmonger when this is defense. When someone says they want your death to you or your country over and over and wants nukes, that's not a warmonger by us? Yeah, exactly. And so when I hear people that are accusing me or other people like this of having that viewpoint, it doesn't really make sense to me. Because if somebody, and also, by the way, if this was happening to you on a personal level, you would immediately be, you would immediately have the same viewpoint that I do. You would immediately see it the same way that I do, where it's like, okay, well, yeah, somebody says they want to kill me. Well, I want to call the police or do something to have this person stopped. Obviously. Like, if somebody said, like, yeah, I'm going to make a gun, I'm going to come to your house and shoot you, then, yeah, absolutely, you would want to react to it proactively. Of course.
So it has been 3 years. Years since Logan Paul and KSI launched their hydration beverage Prime, and despite their lightning in a bottle start, the last 2 years have been filled with controversy after controversy, from alleged forever chemicals in their products, to countless lawsuits, beef with the most famous soccer player on the planet, and currently an extreme downfall of Prime sales all over the world. Now the future of the once extremely overhyped drink is in question, and what was once viewed as the next billion-dollar company to be acquired by the likes of Coca-Cola or Pepsi has now diminished to the clearance rack at your local Walmart. So what exactly went wrong with Prime, and will they ever be able to climb their way out of the hellish inferno they have entered in the last 365 days? Let's take a deeper look. So when Prime first came out, its hype train was driven directly by Logan Paul and KSI.
Oh, bro, when you drink it, you're gonna come, bro.
Whoa!
That's how good it is, bro. Instant ejaculation.
And it has been made clear in the years following that this brand is everything to them, especially Logan Paul, who has stated on multiple occasions that his overall goal in life is to become a billionaire.
When do you guys just say fuck it and just... The honest answer? When we both hit that B.
I'm out this bitch when I hit that B.
I'm out.
And you're gonna see it unhinged, unfiltered.
Yo, I can't wait, Jake.
And in his head, Logan saw Prime as the fastest way to get there. Basically, the plan was to build Prime up as a worthy competitor to the likes of Gatorade, Powerade, and Body Armor, hoping to achieve enough market share in the category to get acquired by one of the big boys.
Inshallah, things go the right way. We're headed one direction, and that direction is to become the legacy brand that will be taking a massive chunk of the market.
Which would obviously leave both Logan and KSI, who are said to have large shares in this company, with hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in their exit from Prime.
Dude, when you try to disrupt well-established industries that have big heads already at the table, they don't want you to sit at that table. Because that means you're taking money out of their pocket.
For that to happen, Logan, who is rumored to own 20% of the company, would need a $5 billion acquisition to occur. We all know that Logan will stop at nothing to promote this product, being seen absolutely everywhere with it, and even using the hype of his wife's pregnancy to indirectly promote it, alongside his at the time new product Lunchly, which also coincidentally features a Prime beverage.
And of course, we have our snacks and our energy drink, none other than the greatest meals in the world, Lunchly. Of course, we have the turkey, cheese, and cracker stack. Also the Fiesta Nachos, my personal favorite.
Love.
But honestly, it seems like no amount of promotion or collaboration in the current day is going to save Prime at this point. Like if the company were a rocket, it would be nosediving straight into the ground on a free fall. Like I'm saying, Prime is going backwards faster than Megamind's hairline.
Going in, Megamind. All right. Your forehead grew larger. Bro, are these forehead jokes just gonna be me for the rest of my life?
Now, to truly understand the fall of Prime, you have to understand the decline in its popularity across the pond over in the UK, where the sports drink has reportedly lost 90% of their profit year over year, going from £3 million to a measly £300,000. Now, I will note that this number can be really deceptive when gauging a company and its overall health, because obviously expenses can vary from year to year. But the revenue, on the other hand, is where Prime should be absolutely horrified. We already knew that last year the sales in America were down by over 50% in the first half of 2024, but now it has been revealed that their revenue in the UK is down 70% from 2023 to 2024. To be exact, they're down from £112.2 million to £32.8 million. This actually makes it one of the steepest falling, fast-moving consumer goods in the entire food and beverage industry. Now, to save face, representatives from Prime claim that this was a natural occurring phenomena, and that this was expected after the initial hype bubble, but there's actually a lawsuit going on right now that makes me think that they previously thought differently than that. But obviously, from the outside looking in, this does not bode over well for potential investors or other competitors who were potentially interested in purchasing the company.
Today, I'd like to pitch you Prime Hydration.
Okay.
Prime Hydration was developed to...
Because when their threat of eating into your business starts going away, why would they want to catch that fallen knife when they can simply continue on with their already existing brands in their portfolios while Prime kills themselves quarter by quarter?
Like, why can't this be the next Gatorade? Like literally, Gatorade is so fucking archaic, and our thesis was to create a better for you hydration beverage. We did it. We were right. People bought it. They like it. They agree with us. Like there's no reason you should be drinking 150 plus calorie drink with 27 grams of sugar and if you want to hydrate. That's insane.
Ooh, smells a bit high. What is that flavour you got there?
Tropical punch, it says.
Oh, Jesus.
Loosely. You've just come from the Maldives. How tropical
it's like swallowing perfume. What is that?
When you compare their rise and eventual decline to a drink like Body Armor, which was purchased by Coca-Cola, you can really see why Prime is not attractive to these companies in its current state. Body Armor spent 7 years growing more and more every single year before Coca-Cola purchased 15% of their company in 2018. Basically, when this happens, the acquiring company has looked through the numbers, and they agreed to pour gasoline on their fire through their experience, industry connections, and of course access to proprietary resources. Especially in this industry, the bottling manufacturer they own that gives Coke brands an insane competitive advantage.
Well, this is a big opportunity for Body Armor because they're now going to be within the Coca-Cola bottling system. It's a 1-2 punch from Coke.
After this partnership, they really lit the world on fire with 180% overall growth in their sales from 2018 to 2019. And by 2021, that number had doubled yet again. And that is when Coca-Cola purchased the remaining 85% of the company for the full buyout. Meaning almost every year since their inception, Body Armor grew by at least 50%, and in some cases over 150% before they were completely acquired.
You know, to buy a minority interest, put them in the put it in the bottling system, kind of like a test to see what we can do with these bottlers, and the rest is history. Since we've been in the system, we've gone from 200 million to 450 million to 700 million, and this year will be 1.1 billion in revenue. And the Coca-Cola bottlers have done an amazing job getting this brand to the next level.
And obviously, when you are scaling up with more and more product being sold, you start getting things done at cheaper prices per unit because you are purchasing massive quantities from your manufacturers. And this is where Prime is really screwed, and some of you may remember they are even facing a $67 million lawsuit from Refresco Bottling Company because they allegedly backed out of a deal due to what I saw as fears that they would not be able to fill the quotas of this manufacturing contract. Meaning Prime no longer felt that they could sell enough product to justify the agreed upon number that would be manufactured when sales were still high. And in that case, they would owe the manufacturer tons of money for these unfulfilled orders they allegedly agreed to. You know, it's like Prime wanted to grow to appear attractive to the investors and to try and eat up this market share, and they thought the hype would not only continue but get larger, and it really bit them in the ass.
Keep it, bro. It's as if it's like was it Supreme? People want
That's
it,
what
bro.
it feels like. It feels like a hype beast product.
Bro, people don't want to throw it in the bin.
And if we're to scale out even farther, where Prime really screwed up is having a lack of direction for their brand, and never making it stand alone from these two clowns. Obviously off the bat it was driven by the pair, and the marketing that this was a limited supply product that everyone needed to try, even creating some sort of underground black market in the UK for kids.
Local families we talked to said the craze sparked a secondhand market in some schools, with students reselling single bottles for a profit.
Maybe young children might feel like, because it's colourful, you know, it's bright, they might think, oh yeah, that looks so cool.
I just think it's because famous people are like...
Yeah, the influencers.
Yeah, like influencing it, and like everyone believes them.
But at this point they have oversaturated the market with countless products and flavors, and pretty much everyone who wanted to try the drink has already done so. It has also been noted recently that people who do buy Prime on a regular basis are buying less of it on average than before, meaning even their established returning customers are getting fatigued or aging out of their product. I mean, honestly guys, when have you ever seen an adult drinking Prime since it came out? Like, the only time I see the drink in general is in massive quantities piled up on some sort of clearance section in my local grocery store, which obviously kills the consumer's perception of the brands. It is the simple psychology of supply and demand. Like, if you're seeing them all out there like, oh, no one's buying that shit. They really just failed to make it clear whether this drink was for an athlete at a game, or a child at their school lunch, as something healthier an adult can drink.
So let's get to the formula again and kind of round this out. So we have, again, the basis of the whole thing is essentially that this is not an actual electrolyte formula, rather it is a potassium drink with sucralose. That is what it is. Like, that's the purpose of Prime. It is something that you can drink on a daily basis as a enjoyable drink. That is what it is. It's not a actual performance-based, athlete-focused electrolyte blend. It is something that you could sip on in class, walking around, whatever, that is nearly void of calories that taste good.
The entire company thought that they could build themselves up on celebrity endorsement and shady marketing, while, like I said, never really making an effort to try and make this product stand alone from these two clowns. And to me, a good company never needs to put down a competitor to prop themselves up. But that is all that Logan Paul and even Mr. Beast, who has tried his hand in similar food and beverage markets, want to do.
Alright, we'll start off with the Lunchables.
Bro, I'm sorry, that's trash. All right, now we're trying Lunchly. Come on. We're not biased at all, but ours is way better.
The hydration beverages that are on the market right now are like either A, not good for you, B, taste like shit, or C, are archaic as fuck. Gatorade's been around for 15 years, has 120 calories. It's so high in sugar, it's fucking garbage.
Yeah, man.
Why has no one effectively made a drink that is actually better for you and is affordable and tastes good?
Wow. Yo, the UK shows up. Holy shit.
Like, compared to, you know, all our competitors, we're just destroying them
by doing the wackiest shit. Though.
Yeah, like
we got in Prime mascot costumes and shadow box.
Bro, you know, when you ever gonna see what Gatorade do that, or Powerade, or these other competitors?
To me, it's just a very tacky way to market and attempt to make your product look superior. And to make matters even worse, over the years, various health professionals picked apart their claims of being the superior, healthier sports beverage.
If a parent came into my doctor's office, I would not recommend that their child drink this for lunch.
Prime, oh my god, I'm about to get so much hydration. No, this is garbage. I'm gonna tell you exactly why Prime doesn't rehydrate you. It is not optimal for hydration.
Liquid IV with 11 grams of sugar compared to Prime's 2 grams. Liquid IV has 870 milligrams of electrolytes, and the Prime stick has 871 milligrams of electrolytes. And
Now it's intentional. Look, we're this much better by 1 milligram. This is not the same stratification of electrolytes. So when he lumps them together as if it is an electrolyte is an electrolyte, it's like, do you know the composition of sweat that even comes out of your fucking face when you're exercising, bro? I don't think so. I think you think that this is all the same. And for you to go at Liquid IV, ready to like chop their head off when you don't even know what the difference is and why it would be useful to maybe have some sodium in there, it's actually kind of laughable, to be honest.
At the end of the day, I really do think that Prime just bit off more than they can chew. They obviously cut a lot of corners, expanded way too far, and really lacked the experience to make their ascension a smooth rise. Now things are looking more bleak for this company than ever. They're obviously still facing a couple of massive lawsuits, and it's my estimate that the long-awaited buyout is never coming for this company. But either way, I want to know what you guys think down below. Have you ever tried Prime? Are you a frequent consumer of their products? Do you know anyone who's still on that Prime kick who's older than the age of like 12? Y'all let me know down below. Either way, I do want to thank you guys for watching today's video, dropping a like and subscribing. But as you guys know, it's been your boy the Tan Superman, and some other failing YouTube products out here need to be covered, so I'm out. Peace.
Pirate Software has opened the door to fraud allegations after a leaked DM shows some controversial behavior regarding his mod, bit donations, hype trains, and we're going to get into that today on The Legal Mindset. Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney in this Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge in a fast facts format, bringing you the quick and dirty version of the latest news. So Pirate Software has been in the internet news over the past, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6 months for various things that he has been doing. But now we have him actually getting caught in something where there could be real legal liability. Now, to be very clear, we are not addressing the drama today. So we're not going to talk about how he got his party killed in WoW and how he failed to even give a basic apology and say, hey, look, listen, this was really my fault. I could have done more here, not try to deflect it, not try to blame everybody equally, but just take responsibility and own up. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about any of the fig tree allegations and whatever he did with a ferret. That's between him and the ferret. We're also not talking about Stop Killing Games, although we did talk about that on a previous episode, and you can tune back and catch my Stop Killing Games commentary. However, one thing we are going to talk about is this fall in subs, because a lot of this does have to do with the fact that Pirate Software, due to all of these controversies, is hemorrhaging subs. And when you are hemorrhaging subs, and I'll bring this up again at the end, this opens you up to a lot of potential problems from people that used to be supporters. So obviously, in the over 104,000 people as of date over the last just 30 days, losing over 104K followers, amongst those certainly are some whales, some people that donated a lot to his channel and now feel really, really hurt, feel betrayed by Pirate Software. And whenever you have that happen, not only are you going to have more people paying attention to your channel, more people looking for you to make mistakes, more people logging what you're doing, but you're also increasing potential liability, because one of those people, any of those people that donated a lot, that felt they gave a lot, might have claim or cause if you end up slipping up and they felt misled, and that might generate some sort of cause of action. And that's something we might have here today. So let's get into it. What happened? So Pirate Software, while live, accidentally showed a DM with his moderator. That DM shows that his mod was purchasing bits to extend Pirate's hype train. Now, that's a Twitch thing, and we're over here on YouTube. We only have hype trains and you guys smashing the like button and commenting on the video, which is always appreciated. But that's a particular mechanism at Twitch, and Pirate Software has actually been known for breaking that record repeatedly. In fact, only recently, I believe the VTuber Vidal, Neurosama over there, beat his record, but previously he'd been setting records as related to this hype train. So it's something that, you know, as a channel, if you're setting records, you're typically pretty proud of that. Now, it appears his DM, the DM with his moderator, it appears his DM was purchasing bits to extend Pirate's hype train. Now, by and in and of itself, and we're going to see that with the terms of service, etc., that probably wouldn't be a problem if the moderator was doing that on their moderator account, right? And the moderator was just, as a moderator, going and donating those bits. However, it was beyond just the moderator doing it. The moderator was donating them not with their main account, but with an alt account, which the mod made Pirate aware of, and which presented itself not as the mod, but as a friend of the mod, as a separate person who was not the mod, which is not true. We're going to see that right today. So I'm going to pull up the actual footage for this. Of course, if you want to catch the full analysis, right, the full breakdown, you can always catch the full version on my live. So here is Pirate Software, and this is the moment in which he was caught in 4K showing the DM. So here's him during gameplay.
I could place my head between them and go full burr mode and make...
What?
Okay, so here's where he pulls it up, and this is the screenshot. We're going to go into it. I'm going to read it through, but here's the screenshot, and you can see how quickly he's going to click away from this. He's just going to try to clear this out, because obviously this does not look good for him.
So this is him pulling it up on stream here, and I'll just go ahead and let the rest of it play, as you guys will see that this is indeed Pirate Software. You can see his messages between Kronos, the ones that we were just showing you, and then you're going to watch.
So you can see he's got it up here. He's going to click away, right? He clicks away pretty quickly, right, to get over here. And by the way, another thing, big credit to Quinn Theo. I'm going to tag his video in the video below for bringing this up and for making this presentation and kind of collecting this together. But in that screenshot, we have some pretty damning proof that he was talking with the moderator in order to engage in this behavior. So let's look at this here. I'm going to read through this for you guys so you get it. So Pirate Software says, let me know if you do. Bits is going to be the best way to do it due to the return if you need to save it. So what he's talking about is, what is the most efficient way for you to buy these bits and then extend the hype train? And the return would imply that he's going to get money back, that he's going to get reimbursed. So that implies that as this moderator is donating, Pirate Software is going to pay him back for what he gets. So it's going to be returned to him. So he's going to get, as Pirate Software says, like an 82% return. See, T3s might be better, don't know. Bits is 82% return when you buy them in bulk. Have you bought any? He says, I've done 100 T1s on my personal, ready to do 40 T3s on my alt. Can do bits instead or both. Did 50K bits at 20 seconds left. So saying he extended the hype train with 50K bits when there were 20 seconds left. Okay, what is the alt? Serendipitous Bean. Remember that name, Serendipitous Bean. It's going to come up. Where's the beef? And then he goes on to say, didn't mention this to the mods either. Now the challenge is to clear the queue. The queue is referring to his kind of backup TTS queue, which he has to clear or it's donated to charity. But the more important thing is this Serendipitous Bean. And here's this profile here and this information courtesy of Guy on Twitter. So thank you, Guy. This was the description here of Serendipitous Bean. IRL friend of Kronos. So Kronos is the main moderator. And excited that they are free from corporate. Love your stream and what you do for the people here. There aren't many cooler supportive streamers left once they get big like this. Stay cool, bud, and tell Kronos that Ben sends their regards. So this person is clearly painting themselves as not Kronos, not the moderator, but a separate IRL friend of this moderator, which is extremely deceptive if you ask me.
This stuff that Johnny has done in Korea would not be possible without allies that were in Korea. In fact, if Hank was not there when the police came several times, I guarantee you this would have been stopped early. If it was just Johnny, he would have been stopped earlier.
This my message to the judge. This my message to the prosecution. If y'all don't let me free, Donald Trump gonna let me free. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. When Johnny Somali runs for party president.
What did I do that was so wrong? So just because my friend, like, let's say my friend screwed up, that means I should abandon my friend?
Right now, Johnny Somali and Hank Yu's situation is getting worse than before. Hank Yu is in big trouble because of Johnny Somali's legal consequences. Hank Yu has no money right now and is just begging for money. This time, there are more videos going viral of Johnny Somali making very disrespectful comments toward the judge and South Korean authorities. If these videos reach the authorities before the trial, then Johnny Somali and Hank Yu's situation will get even worse. That's why these videos are going viral. There are lots of updates today, so let's get started. As you know, Somali and Hank Yu are now in big trouble because Somali's trial is coming up and every piece of evidence is against them. Somali will face consequences if he pleads guilty this time, and there is no chance he can deny his guilt because all the evidence is against him. Also, the victim has filed a petition to the court, so the judge is giving importance to the victim's case and is likely to give the maximum punishment to Somali. Legal Mindset is also saying that because Somali committed everything in South Korea, Hank Yu's name keeps coming up. If Hank Yu was not there, Somali could not have done what he did. So definitely, Hank Yu also should fully held accountable for all the consequences Somali faces. Listen to Legal Mindset.
This stuff that Johnny has done in Korea would not be possible without allies that were in Korea. If he didn't have people in Korea that were helping him, he would never have been able to do this. He would never have been able to get this far. He would have failed out. He would have been buffed out. He would have been arrested quickly. In fact, if Hank was not there when the police came several times, I guarantee you this would have been stopped early. If it was just Johnny, he would have been stopped earlier. However, it was not. And that actually did help Johnny materially. In addition, he was giving Johnny essentially legal advice.
As I said before in all my videos, Hank Yu is fully responsible because Somali could not have done what he did without Hank Yu. Somali's not a local of South Korea, but Hank Yu knew everything. He knew the laws and crimes, yet he confronted Somali to commit the crime and even helped him. So Hank Yu is responsible for the crimes Somali committed. Not only is Somali a criminal, but Hank Yu is also a shady man involved in this. I think if the South Korean authorities only only punish Somali and not Hank Yu, it would be an injustice. That's my opinion. What do you think? Let me know. Also, there are more updates. Videos from South Korea and Japan are going viral on the internet. These videos show Somali disrespecting the judge. The judge sees these videos before the trial. It will definitely influence the decision. Somalis mocking Japan and disrespecting the South Korean authorities and the judge.
You know what I gotta do for these Korean? Let me do one thing for these Korean. These Korean wanna put me in war in jail. I got one surprise. I'm gonna leave this here. Hold on. I gotta pray. They think that they can defeat me. Korean they can defeat Johnny Somali. Y'all ain't defeating shit. Y'all ain't defeating shit. Look, Takashima Island. No, not dope, no. Japan owns the island. I'm telling y'all, Japan owns that island. And Japan come back and take Korea. This my message to the judge. This my message to the prosecution. If y'all don't let me free, Donald Trump gonna let me free. I'm gonna tell y'all that right now. When Johnny Somali runs for party president.
He definitely deserves full punishment for that. If the Korean authorities don't punish Somali for this, I don't know what to say about them. After seeing this, it's clear the South Korean authorities want to punish Somali no matter what. As you saw in my last video, their Discord chat and plans were leaked, and the victim has filed a petition against Somali. The judge will consider giving him the maximum punishment, as I said before. But this time, Hank Yu is also under great pressure. From his leaked chats, he said he's in big trouble and needs a lawyer to face all the consequences. Both Somali and Hank Yu need help to get out of this dangerous situation. Hank Yu is very disappointed and poor right now. He has no money and has even been banned from his gym. He's being rejected everywhere, and soon he might be rejected by his school as well. Watch this video where Hank Yu looks very poor. Legal Mindset says Hank Yu's situation is getting worse day by day.
Hank, you see his picture. You can see his picture. So we're clearly here. It's Hank, right? So Hank says, yo, I need someone to send me some financial support. I am doing terribly right now due to all these legal bullshit. I says, oh, you don't say. Me, after I searched your name online, I got like 40 NEETs. NEETs is like another word for hikikomori, not an education or
Before, Hank Yu confronted the South Korean authorities, but now the people of South Korea are holding him accountable and punishing him by rejecting him everywhere. Hank Yu has lost all respect in South Korea because he disrespected most of the country. Do you remember what Hank Yu said before? He said he is being punished by South Korea. Watch this video. This is not just something that happened randomly. I'm shocked too. Right now, Hank is even ready to help Johnny Somali, even though he is completely broke. He has no money to survive, but he's thinking he will hire a lawyer to crush everyone. I mean, all the prosecutors who are against Johnny Somali. I actually appreciate this because Hank is loyal to his wife, or his lover, Johnny Somali, but he is getting into more danger day by day because of this. He shows no remorse, and honestly, I don't even recognize him anymore.
I get partially. Okay? Partially, I understand why Koreans are upset at Ramsey. Because, yeah, but...
I'm not scared to say my name. My name is Ramsey. I love
What did I do? Why are they targeting me?
They're gonna clip this. Be careful what you say.
I know!
Go ahead.
Let me please say it, okay?
I'm not trying to make them trap out. Go.
What did I do that was so wrong? So just because my friend, like, let's say my friend screwed up, that means I should abandon my friend? Like, that's not loyal. Do you understand what loyalty is? Like, I'm getting also punished by South Korea.
I completely think Hank Yu deserves this punishment because what he did is more criminal than what Somali did. Hank Yu